Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the third meeting of the Township of West Lincoln's Growth and Sustainability Committee meeting. Tonight, I will be chairing your meeting. I am Councillor Joanne Chichok, and just a few housekeeping issues to deal with prior to commencing with the meeting. Comments may be made from the public, from members of the public, for a matter that is on the agenda by advising the chair during the request to address an item on the agenda section of the agenda. There's a lot of agendas in there. The public may also submit written comments for matters that are on the agenda to jpaylove@westlincoln.ca before 4:30 on the day of the meeting for consideration by the committee. Comments received after 4:30 on that day, on the day of the meeting, will be considered at the following council meeting. Comments submitted are included in the record. This meeting will be live streamed as well as recorded and available on the Township's website. Now, please just give me a minute to put forward the land acknowledgement statement. The Township of West Lincoln, being part of the Niagara region, is situated on treaty lands. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattawandrock, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The Township of West Lincoln, as part of the Regional Municipality of Niagara, stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting a wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. Now, members of committee, I will look to all of you to ask if anyone has a disclosure of pecuniary interest and/or conflict of interest. Councillor Rayner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two. GS 17-25, proposed street naming, Street Meadows, West Division. I did not attend. I was away on vacation when this was held as a public meeting, therefore I am not eligible to vote on it. The other one is GS 19-25. This is in regards to the site alteration application at Grassy Road. Just so that people understand, my absence was due to the fact that we had relatives come over from England and a lot of things were being involved in places to go. So unfortunately, I could not attend. However, I have had many discussions with the residents there over the past. They know my feelings, they know my direction, and they know my support, but unfortunately, I will not be able to vote tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Rayner, and we hope you had fun with your relatives. And now we'll move on. Thank you for disclosing your interest or conflict. Confidential matters. The next portion of this meeting will be closed to the public to consider the following pursuant to Section 239, Sub 2 of the Municipal Act 2001. That the next portion of the meeting be closed to the public to consider issues pursuant to Section 239, Sub 2 of the Municipal Act 2001. That's it. Okay. From the Director of Growth and Sustainability, regarding an OLT appeal and an interim control bylaw. The applicable closed session exemptions are litigation or potential litigation and advice subject to solicitor-client privilege. I'm now looking for a mover or seconder. Councillor Rayner, Mayor Ganan. All in favor? We're just doing a hands show right now. That motion carries. Thank you. So to anyone listening and or the live streaming that is underway, we are going to break now and go into closed session, and we'll be back with a message to rise and report after we've discussed the items. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are just going to resume this meeting in a moment with the public meeting scheduled for this evening. But before I do that, I'm going to, first of all, turn to the clerk, who will read the motion that took us back out of confidential.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to read the motion, and then I'll need a mover and seconder. That administration proceed as directed in closed session, item 4.1.
Thank you. Can I have a mover? Mayor Ganan, Councillor Rayner. All in favor?
It should.
Oh, did it come up?
It should.
Oh, it did come up. There you go. Technology has not failed us. And just before we proceed, that vote carries. Tonight is the third meeting of the Growth and Sustainability Committee, and I will be chairing. I'm the chair for tonight. My name is Joanne Chichok, and we do have a conflict of interest on the floor. So at the appropriate time, Councillor Rayner has declared a conflict of interest as we started this meeting earlier, and he and anyone else having a conflict will be able to restate their conflict if necessary as the meeting progresses, but at this point, those conflicts have been stated. So now we're moving on into the public meeting section, and this public meeting is to consider an application for zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision submitted by Lockbridge Developments, Inc. regarding Block Plan Area 9, Stage 3A, and Tech Corporation. This is file 1601-008-24 and 2000-93-24, located south of Town Line, west of Shuri Road. In accordance with the Planning Act and the minister, the applicant or specified person, public body, or registered landowner of any land to which the bylaw amendment will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submission to council prior to the adoption and or passage of a bylaw may appeal the bylaw amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Mr. Clerk, will you please advise the method and dates by which this public notice was given?
Proper notice was given by way of email circulation to agencies and mail circulation to all residents within 120 meters of the subject property on March 6, 2025. Public notice was also posted to the subject property, the Township website, and the Township Administration Building on March 6, 2025.
Thank you. It's actually our senior planner, Susan Smythe, who will please explain the purpose of this public meeting.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Committee and Council, members of those in the public. I am here to present that information report on the proposed applications for block plan, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan of subdivision for a new residential development located within the Smithville expansion area, which is referred as Block Plan Area 9. I will give a brief overview of the applications that have been submitted and reviewed by the internal staff, as well as external agencies, and then we'll proceed to ask that the agent on behalf of the owners to provide more details in their presentation. To begin, Arcadius is a consulting agency who is acting as the agent on behalf of the participating landowners for the Block Plan Area 9, being Lockbridge Development, Inc., Tech Corporation, and Hedler Judy Trustee, as referred in the report, Lockbridge. There's 3 separate applications. The first being the block plan, which is a non-statutory planning process, and it's used to help to coordinate development across multiple properties that further refine the land use plan and layout from the approved official plan amendment number 62, those being the lands added to the Smithville urban settlement area. The process also requires the development of a conceptual plan and various technical studies to be completed, which conforms to official plan amendment number 63, or the Smithville Master Community Plan, MCP for short, and all the relevant policies, master plans, and land use schedules intended to implement growth forecasts for the township for up to 30 years and or beyond 2051. The MCP is the high-level roadmap that provides policies, drawings, and or schedules that set the framework of the required infrastructure, being new and or required upgrades and improvements to existing services and roads, identification of the natural heritage preservation and or restoration areas, with a balanced mixed use of land uses, including residential, employment, institutional, combined with natural environmental respecting the character of West Lincoln. To give some context on the collective urban expansion area for the Smithville MCP, it's approximately 540 hectares. The block plan area 9 is approximately 63.5 hectares. And the narrowed area to the subject lands for Lockbridge, which is an irregular shape, it's consisted of 12.5 hectares, which is to be developed in the first phase. Block Plan Area 9 is located in the southwest quadrant, located south of Town Line Road, north of 16 Road, east of Port Davidson Road, and extends past Shuri Road into the west limit of the lagoons. The Lockbridge Block Plan, part of this application series, is nestled in the furthest northeast section. Upon review of the block plan, staff had identified some notable deviations from the MCP that required further attention, including the relocation of the neighborhood park, completely removed from the phase and moved more southerly, the reduction of the restoration area and corridor linkage, which is the naturalized habitat for species, and the varied transportation network that lends itself for proposed lots fronting on a collector road not being very preferred. To complete this block plan process, approval will be required prior to individual draft plan of subdivision approval so that it's granted to ensure the achievement of the vision for the growth and expansion of Smithville to accommodate growth. The second application as part of this package is the draft plan of subdivision. This is a proposal for 154 single detached lots, 12 semi-detached lots, 30 townhouse dwelling units, for a total of 196 residential units, with blocks dedicated for stormwater management, new road networks, and blocks dedicated for open space and trail, as well as a block dedicated for the Westover pipe easement that runs west-east through the subject lands. The third application is the zoning bylaw amendment application that will remove the current development zone, agricultural purposes only, and low-density R1C zone to a site-specific R3 for the single and semi-detached lots, and RM3 for the townhouse block, with open space zones for the trail and storm pond. The requested relief from the current R3 zone is to account for a reduced lot area from the required 300 square meters to 250 square meters, and this is mostly due to the pipeline easement. Technical studies were provided with these applications to support the proposal, as noted in the agency comment section of this report, and there are some additional details, particularly with the environmental impact study, that are required to justify some of the modifications from that of the MCP. From a servicing perspective, the proposal for Lockbridge is intending to utilize the existing 150 millimeter water main, and it was confirmed by staff that this is able to connect. However, the balance of the block plan area will need to connect to the regional 400 millimeter trunk water main. For the wastewater and sanitary requirements, upsizing the sanitary sewer on Town Line Road and Anderson Crescent, to the 20-mile creek crossing to eventually end up at the Smithville pumping station, as well as upgrades to the pumping station to accommodate the flow from this development will be required. This project and upgrades have been identified in the Township's development charge background study and capital budget forecast. From the stormwater perspective, this development has identified a stormwater management pond, although based on review, it was noted by the region and some staff that the flood control storage will need to be enlarged to satisfy the requirements for erosion and flood control. Staff had also received various comments from the public, including drainage and flooding concerns, opposing the trail along the pipeline easement, speeding and transportation impacts on existing and new roads, excessive number of units, nuisance impacts from construction, and concerns over the block plan and various technical studies that may not have considered the entire block plan area, and no proper justification or rationale for the reduced restoration area. I would also like to point out to committee that additional public comments were received today, however, unable to be part of this report, but staff will review them in more detail and will form part of the recommendation. So at this point, I'd just like to reiterate that the details of this report is for information and that no decisions are being made, and that the concerns and comments on this proposal will be fleshed out, justified, and provided and further information to satisfy staff and commenting agencies before any recommendation report can be presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smythe. Pardon me. Is the applicant or authorized agent for the applicant wishing to speak to this application at this point? Please be patient with us. We're apparently having a few technical issues. Thank you, and I will have to turn to Kevin periodically because I do see on my screen that there are a few people out there watching, and they may have questions as we get to them. So Kevin, please advise if there are others that have their hand up. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Would you like to state your name and who you represent before you start your presentation, please?
I wod love to. My name's Jared Marcus. I'm an associate principal and senior project manager with Arcadis. We're here representing the ownership group, the Lockbridge Tech Corporation, and Judy Hendler, trustee. With me tonight in the audience is Mr. Kevin Brousseau. He's from Stantec. He's our consulting engineer on the file, as well as representatives of the ownership group, Mr. Reno Mustacci, John Snowy, and Fred Vanderveld.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So you heard a presentation from Ms. Smythe, gave a good overview of what we're doing. I've got some additional comments that'll hopefully provide some more context to the proposal. Just to belabor Ms. Smythe's point about how we got to this, to the stage we're at today, the region prepared a land needs assessment through their municipal comprehensive review a few years ago, and this culminated in the identification of a need to grow in Smithville that would add approximately double to the population, up to 38,000 people in the community. And so following that land needs assessment, the township and staff undertook OPAs 62 and 63, which was further study of the population forecast they were provided and identifying where and how that growth would occur. The majority of that growth, of course, was directed to the urban boundary of Smithville in the form of that 540 hectare expansion that Ms. Smythe noted. Through the approval of OPA 62, OPA 63 was prepared, which identified the specific land uses and where and how those might occur in the various areas to be developed. That was called the municipal or the master community plan, or we refer to them as block plans or secondary plans. Following the approval of those two official plan amendments, this council approved the Master Environmental Servicing Plan, which identified how the servicing would be constructed in things like road networks and the process to be followed for the block plan. And that's what got us to the point today, which is the applications for block plan, zoning amendment, and draft plan of subdivision. And we're representing the block plan area 9 lands in the south end of town. This slide here shows you the urban expansion areas that were approved through that OPA 62. You can see the existing boundary is the black and red dashed line around the Smithville community, and the crosshatch blue is the urban expansion areas. We represent the owner, some of the owners of the block plan area 9 that's identified at the south side or the south end of the community. Next slide shows the OPA 63, and this was the master community plan that was referenced. It outlines the general land uses for each of the block plan areas. There are 14 in total, and we represent some of the landowners within that block plan area 9. Again, you can see that outlined in orange on the bottom of this screen. Next slide just gives some more local community context to the block plan area 9. It's an area of approximately 63 hectares in size. You can see Port Davidson Road is identified on the west side of the block plan area. Town Line Road runs east to west across the general top of that image. The former TH&B rail line, which is long since decommissioned and has been developed in part to the south of Town Line Road, basically bisects this into an east-west component. My client's lands are generally on the west side of that former rail line, and they are generally shown on this image as the yellowish-green farm area to the west of the corridor. And then, of course, to the east, you have Shuri Road, Alma Road, and the lagoon ponds. As far as planning applications in Ontario go, we follow a fairly rigid process of how we get to the end line or an approval. So generally, that's characterized as a pre-consultation meeting that gives us the recipe for how we put together our applications. Technical consultants are hired to prepare those reports, and we make a submission to the municipality. In this case, pre-consultation meetings were held with the township in January and April of 2024, and that formal application was submitted in August of 2024 and is undergoing review by the region, the township, and NPCA now. Prior to this statutory public meeting, we held a neighborhood information meeting on March 4th where we presented this same proposal and obtained some feedback from the local community. Following tonight's statutory public meeting, we'll take the comments we've heard from that open house, the comments we hear tonight from members of the committee and members of the public, and the technical comments we receive, and we'll hopefully resubmit that to the township in the early summer. And then, of course, the final step is a recommendation report from council, and that's to be determined depending on our submissions schedule. I'm going to jump ahead a couple slides and then come back to this just to make more sense. So the next slide shows you our vision for Block Plan Area 9. As I mentioned previously, Port Davidson Road makes up the westerly boundary of the plan. Across the top, and this image is quite light, so it's hard to see, but Town Line Road is running across the top of the screen. You can see the corridor, or the former TH&B rail corridor, running along the easterly boundary. And then you see the words Shuri Road and Alma Drive, as well as the lagoon on the westerly side. By and large, our proposal for Block Plan Area 9 is consistent with the vision that was presented through the Master Community Plan exercise that the township undertook. The broad land use pattern in the area is predominantly low-density residential. There are pockets of medium-density residential. You can see those identified at the future Collector and Shuri Road location, as well as along Port Davidson.
There is one that's further out though.
Port Davidson, and a small component of medium-density residential more up in the northeast location. You'll note here that it is a generally grid linear pattern. It's, in our vision, a more appropriate, more efficient road pattern than what's identified on the MCP. You'll note that there are 3 stormwater management ponds located to the north, the south, and the north or southeast of the block plan area, as well as a small mixed-use or community commercial node up in the northwest of the site. And you'll note that there is a small jog to Port Davidson Road. That's a future consideration for realignment of Port Davidson and Canberra Street, not part of what will be referred to as our Phase 1. And you can see the two neighborhood parks identified, NP4 and NP5, located within the easterly quadrant of the park, of the block plan, as well as more centrally to the westerly block of the plan. And you'll see an overlay, or not an overlay, but you'll see a comparison of that in a moment. Generally speaking, our vision for the block plan area, again, it's predominantly low-density residential, singles, semis, and that comprises approximately half of the overall land area, or 24.5 hectares. Medium density comprises approximately 12 hectares of that overall block plan. The small commercial component is 1.2 hectares of that block plan. The open space, that's the parkland, the natural heritage features and linkages, that's approximately 3.8 hectares. The gas easement, which runs, that bisects east-west across the more northerly half of the drawing in front of you, is 1.25 hectares. The three swim ponds comprise 4 hectares of that total block plan. And lastly, the roads within the development comprise approximately 14.3 hectares of land. All told, this development, this scheme has an approximate density of 930 residential units, which works out to an approximate density of 2,500 people. As I mentioned, I'd jump back a couple slides so that it would make a little more sense in the context of what we're discussing. This is an excerpt which I believe is in your information report before you tonight, which shows some of the differences between what our vision for the lands are and how that reflects with the township's earlier master community plan. Like I said, I think our vision is largely consistent with that, with the exception of these few key areas. You'll note that there are ovals represented on the left-hand image. You'll see that's the Smithville community or master community plan. The right-hand side is our proposed block plan. You'll see the general ovals, which represent the stormwater management ponds. Those are, in our opinion, were just placeholders for where the most appropriate location for swim ponds might be. You'll note that those areas are quite a lot larger on our plan, and that represents a more detailed analysis of what the actual stormwater capacity or would be from a built-out community. We are locating them in generally the same locations. Again, we've just done a refined analysis to come up with actual areas. You'll note there is an oval shown where the road jogs on the MCP plan, and that's a connection from, I believe, Sterling Street at Town Line Road, and then jogging back into a main north-south local road in the development. My client's lands are made up of an existing former road allowance, and that connects to Town Line Road, more centrally located to the development. So we felt it was more appropriate to have that connection more centrally located. I'll note later on that there were technical studies done, and that included a transportation impact study, which did confirm this was also an appropriate and suitable location for that road. There's a circle, it's a little covered up, that's NP5, Neighborhood Park 5. The township identified a variety of park locations and 400-meter, 5-minute walking radii from all those park locations, doing its best to make sure that all future residents would have a park location within 400 meters of their residence. In looking at the plan, we felt that the more appropriate location would be to bring that park a little more central to the development. You can see that we've overlain a red circle on the plan that identifies that 400-meter walking circle. We felt that with the location of Rock Street Park so close to the future development lands, that it would be more appropriate to move the park further in, and that would give, with both proposed parks and existing parks, a more comprehensive park coverage for the future developments. And lastly, is identified a difference between our vision and the original MCP of what would be comprised of restoration area and linkage areas. You'll note that ours is a fair bit smaller. We've hired an environmental consultant who's reviewed what's actually out in the field and has made some recommendations on appropriate buffers from that. And that report was submitted with the applications and is currently under review. The next slide just provides in text some of those differences that I've described to you now, so I don't think I'll read all of those words. And again, this is just the block plan area that I described in more detail. You'll note that the Phase 1 draft plan area is identified on this image. It is located in the northeasterly component or quadrant of the overall block plan. And we'll get into some more of those details in a moment. As I mentioned earlier, we did hold a neighborhood information meeting on March 4th where we presented this vision to the community. We took feedback from them, and once we've received the comments here, we'll continue to move forward with refinements. So very quickly, the comments received were general concerns about will the development provide enough parking. I know street parking is always a concern for the community here, so that was raised to us. Linkages and trails, there were concerns about existing vegetation on site, in particular a large elm tree. Concerns about providing linkages throughout the development to the existing neighborhoods. General concerns about the design vision, what was being presented, concerns about whether it was compatible with the existing areas. Concerns about flooding was mentioned. There's an erroneous reference to 10 Mile Creek on this slide. So just to correct that, that's 20 Mile Creek. Concerns about traffic, that's, as with every development, we're here before you. Traffic is always the concern. How many cars is that going to present? Are there going to be concerns with existing intersections, concerns about traffic safety, et cetera? Concerns about an existing agricultural operation in the block plan area and whether our proposal was going to impact that operation. Concerns about construction nuisance, and then other general concerns about existing developments that are not built out in the area. The one thing we did promise at that open house meeting, what we would come back with was identifying where that elm tree was and exploring whether it was in the location of the proposed development and whether that could be saved. So we've provided that image here today just to show that it is located just on the edge of a proposed right-of-way, and it's very unlikely that it would be able to be saved through construction of that future right-of-way. So looking at the draft plan of subdivision, the total, this is located again up in the northeast of the block plan area. It comprises approximately 13.4 hectares of land. It has a general, again, it's a general grid linear road pattern. So we have two proposed local road connections, one at an intersection with the existing Rock Street, and one identified, as I mentioned earlier, where that existing right-of-way allowance is between two dwellings on Town Line Road. That would provide Phase 1 of this development with a consistent loop connection through the development that would provide for both servicing and transportation connections through the development. Similar to the block plan, the large majority of the land in this proposed draft plan of subdivision is single detached dwellings. There is some ongoing refinements to the plan, but the original version submitted to the township comprised 153 single detached dwellings, 12 semi-detached dwellings, and 30 townhouse units. In addition, there is the one stormwater management pond that's located at the north end of the development, in between the two road connections. That comprises approximately 1.06 hectares of land. The existing gas easement does run through this development. That's approximately 0.6 of a hectare. The open space, which is the linkage on the east side of the development, is approximately 1.1 hectare, and the right-of-way or the roads comprises approximately 3.6 hectares of land. Next slide probably gives you a better vision of what the proposed draft plan of subdivision is versus the black and white image previously. This is the proposed zoning amendment. As you heard from Ms. Smythe, the vast majority of the lands are an agricultural zone, though there's a few lots on Town Line Road which are an existing urban residential zone. Our proposal is to rezone all of the single and semi-detached lots to an R3 zone. As mentioned, there are a few lots on the south side of that gas easement which are slightly deficient in lot area, but otherwise all the other lots would be proposed to comply with the township zoning bylaw. The pink block, that's the medium density or townhouse block. That's proposed to be an RM3 zone. At this point, there would be no modifications requested. It's a little too early to know what that overall development would be. That would be subject to future site plan and review. The green color is the open space zone or OS zone. That's the linkage and component of which will be a component of the future neighborhood park. And lastly, the blue and the gray are the stormwater management pond at the north end and the gas easement which runs through the development. As mentioned, a number of technical reports and studies were submitted with the subdivision and zoning amendment applications. That includes your typical planning justification report, environmental impact study, urban design brief, functional servicing, karst assessment, archaeological, noise impact, and that transportation impact study. And all those reports did conclude that our proposal was a viable proposal and was supportable. And so that's the end of our presentation. It's a lot of information, and I do thank you for the time to present that to you.
Thank you very much. I believe that we will move on now to ask members of the public to address this committee, and we will have an opportunity for bringing this issue back to the committee itself and at a bit later in the meeting, and at that time I hope you'll be around to answer questions.
I will.
So, are there any submissions, oral or in writing, from anyone present in the meeting, either in person or on Zoom, regarding the proposed zoning bylaw amendment? I would like to stress that this may be the only public meeting held with respect to this application. If you are attending virtually and would like to provide comments, you can do so by one of two options. Using a computer or smartphone, select the Raise Your Hand control that can be found on the Zoom options list displayed on your screen, or using a landline or telephone, dial *9. That will notify staff that you have raised your hand and wish to speak, and you will be acknowledged in order. If you wish to speak to this item here in the chamber, please do so by raising your hand, and we will go through the audience systematically. So, is there anyone here in the council chambers wishing to speak? I see some, so I'm going to start on my left hand. And yes, would you please come forward, state your name? The microphone has to be used, unfortunately, because of the people who are on Zoom. They won't hear you unless you're speaking into a microphone. It's not like we want to punish you. All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is that clear?
It is.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Linda Sivier. My husband Rick and I live on Town Line Road, and I'm here representing the West Lincoln Green Team, a newly formed citizens group with interest in advocating for environmentally sustainable development in West Lincoln. And I'm speaking for the Green Team, excuse me, against the proposal for Block Plan 9 by Lockbridge Development, Inc. in its present form, and for some specific instances where it varies from the Master Community Plan and the staff report, and I will get to describing those shortly. First, our team is in support of growth in Smithville with much-needed new housing of various types and levels of affordability business and industrial development, all when planned with attention given to a healthy environment that meets the criteria of the Master Community Plan. The goals of our team are to enhance community health by promoting tree canopy, biodiversity, environmentally healthy development practices, and active transportation in West Lincoln. We aim to work in support of the township through advocacy, action, and education, and we recognize that the natural assets of our community, that's the forests of native trees and plants, native animal species, healthy waterways, and wetlands, are all valuable assets that can collectively improve air quality, mitigate storm runoff, enhance property values, and community well-being. The Green Team has met with CAO Trooper McBride, Garrett Boema, the Director of Growth and Sustainability, and Councillor Greg Maychek. We were pleased to hear agreement that the Green Team's goals align with those of the Master Community Plan and those of the staff. The staff report for the Lockbridge proposal outlines significant differences between the proposal and the Master Community Plan that would have some serious impacts. I note that the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority and the region have also expressed those concerns. I'm confining my remarks to those differences that have the most direct environmental impacts. The details of those impacts are clearly described in the staff report, and in brief they are: the size and location of proposed parks. In the proposal, a park area was included within a restoration area, which is an incompatible combination. Parks can exist adjacent to naturalized areas, but the goals for recreation areas are not the same as goals for restoration sites. Secondly, the proposal includes a restoration area and corridor linkage along the old rail line that has been reduced from the recommended 50-meter width down to 23 to 27 meters. The recommended 50 meters provides the needed space for habitat restoration of native trees and other plants, and an essential linkage for animal life of all types, as well as a walking trail for residents. I'm quoting from the laminated page that sits at every council member's place right now. Champion strategic and responsible growth. Point number 7 states, encourage the greening of Smithville by naturalizing restoration areas and linkages, including those areas especially where secondary trail and corridor uses can coexist. A reduction in the width of that corridor should not be permitted. We note, too, that changes in the stormwater management pond may have environmental implications that need to be addressed. The Green Team advocates for good stormwater pond design and function that supports biodiversity and contributes to the overall health of the community. And finally, the Green Team has shared with staff a more suitable tree list than the existing list in presently enforced that has been adopted by the town of Lincoln. The list contains many more trees and shrubs that are native to our Carolinian growing zone, are easily obtained from local nurseries, cost no more than native species, increase the survival rate of the plants, and promote the biodiversity that meets the goals that have been set out in the master plan. We encourage the adoption of that list for development and restoration. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mrs. Sevier. Please hold the applause. We don't want anybody getting scoring by the number of applause that come after each speaker.
I have a copy of this presentation.
That would be great. Our clerk would be happy to take that from you, Mrs. Sevier. Okay, next, is there anyone else wishing to speak? Yes, please. Please state your name and who you represent for the record.
Good evening. I'm Catherine Wyburn. I am a long-term resident of Smithville. I've been here 25 years. I actually moved here because of the fact that the type of work I do is in a city. I hate the city life. So Smithville was a wonderful location that compromised a shorter distance for commute, at the same time allowing me the professional work that I do. Before I start, I wanted to ask a clarification. On the zone where the townhouses are, I couldn't find on the official plan what that density was originally. Could someone please clarify that for me?
Madam
You have
Chair, in terms of designation, or are you talking about
Like, was the
zone?
whole block considered low density, or was part of that block
There
in the
is-
original plan medium density?
Correct. So the approximation, they're pretty much identical as to where the medium density was supposed to be placed. Yes.
Thank you for the clarification. So thank you for the opportunity to be able to provide input and for your work in hearing and taking serious consideration of representing us, the people of this town whom you are here to represent, our needs, our desires, and building for our future. I'm addressing specifically Plan 9, Block Plan A, Area 9, I guess it is, but many of the following comments apply across the board when considering current and future development plans of Smithville. I think all of us are aware that there's a general need for affordable housing. A response to this shortage is a provincial regional directive to expand urban boundaries to accommodate. The urban boundary expansion was not dictated, it was done in consultation with our community, so that the wishes of the community would be reflected and incorporated, while still addressing the need for growth. That outcome was the outcome of a reflected and incorporated in the official plan, which can be found, of course, on the Township's website. Now, a point we often hear when discussions are made about development is that the province is mandated to provide a wide variety of homes and styles of living. But for some reason, that is being twisted, that our town must now provide all those styles of living. It should be noted cities have a certain character, high density of people that suit people who thrive on fast pace, busyness, high rises, entertainment, and activity that goes all day and all night. Farmland and agricultural spaces offer quiet. For some, it may be too few of interaction with people, as there are often acres that are open land with either crops or livestock that must travel to amenities. And then there is the lifestyle of the town, the blend between rural and city living. More people than countryside, but still offers downtime and quiet green spaces. There is an atmosphere in the town, a slower pace. The distance between home creates it. There's amenities to service and meet the needs of the community and offer peace to those who cannot handle the bustle, high traffic, and high density of cities. Every individual is different, and as such, there needs to be cities, towns, and farms to offer the variety to meet those living styles. As we've already witnessed, how just in 20 years, the town of Binbrook changed into a city and no longer holds the hometown atmosphere. This is a concern that I'm hearing from residents in Smithville. We do not want to be the next Binbrook. The overarching plan by the province is to increase, but still offer those choices and styles of living. Putting multi-level condos, placing row houses, and having little to no yards, or having your neighbor in your backyard is not town living, but city living. According to provincial guidelines, Smithville is designated as a town, and as such, when designing its urban growth, it should be in line with the parameters of a town. This does not mean that the town does not need to grow, but the design and the development should be more consistent with the parameters of the town. This also stands to reason that what is defined as low density in a town is very different from that of a city. In Smithville's official plan, the population of the township of the 2006 census, I'm going to skip this, you guys don't know this. So, according to the plan, when designing the expansion of the town, page 11 of the plan said, and under healthy communities, it states, municipalities in Ontario face many challenges in planning for growth and development, including working with changing population projections, developing land for a variety of uses, building to suit the needs of the population, protecting the environment, and must ensure that their planning decisions protect the health and the well-being of their residents. Land use decisions and the way communities are designed have multiple impacts on people's physical health and as well on their mental health. That's right in the plan. And their well-being. The physical form of a community affects the quality of air they breathe, the types of physical activity choices they make, and how they interact with their neighbors. It defines the character of community, impacts real estate values and tax revenues, impacts the cost of providing services, and influences the community's ability to attract businesses and residents. This particular block of land is designated as low-density development. Under Section 6.211, permitted uses of page 46 of plan, it states, all low-density residential development shall be compatible with adjacent properties. It shall respect the character and image of the neighborhood. It shall be attractively designed and consistent with the urban design criteria. Low-density residential uses shall have an overall gross density of 15 to 20 units per hectare. So, if you look at C, the compatible and adjacent properties, the average size lots in the area are 18.28 by 48.76 meters. So it's approximately 60 by 160 feet. And then there's 15.24 by 36.57 meters. And another is 15.24 by 57.9. Significantly lower are these new proposed ranges, which are 7.85 by 31, 10.3 by 31.3, 10.2 by approximately 25. Note the proposed lots on some of these are half the width of the average lot currently in the area. And some are even half the length. So flagging and immediate issues with these lots, that they are small. One of the goals of the town is to bring in more affordable housing. If lots are so small, it will dictate that the only style of housing that will fit on these are going to be 2 to 2.5 stories. So the cost in building a home is not itself the property it occupies, but the actual house itself. And 2 stories are significantly more expensive than a bungalow. So, and with people addressing the need for affordable housing, this becomes an issue. And when we're planning, we look at the long-term output of not just what the lots are going to be, but what we're putting on those lots. Another issue is the lot frontage, accommodating driveways. In Smithville, there's no public transit, and these homes are 2 to 10 kilometers from any town and entity. This means homes will have to accommodate at least 2 vehicles per home, and if they have children, then it will accommodate 3. The concern is that these lots are too narrow for people to properly accommodate vehicle parking unless the front yards are all driveways. And this is not in character, again, with the current homes. Most concerning is a variance from the official plan, the violation of the agreement with the current residents. This block, according to the official plan, is a low-density zoning. Part 6 of Smithville bylaws, page 67, defines densities. A residential low density is an R1 to an R3 lot. These are all R3 lots. The medium density are the RM 1, 2, and 3, which are townhouses. So if we look at section 0.6.3 of the regulations, sorry. R2 and R3 R2 should have a 360 square meters as an area, and R3, 300 square meters. The frontage, a minimum, should be 15 meters or 12.5 meters. So pointing out low-density area, none of the lots proposed are R1 or 2, but they are all R3, which are the smallest under this plan. To push this density even further, 23 of the single detached lots are less than the requirements of meeting the minimum lot areas requirements and or the frontage requirements to be considered. And I've listed those that if you want, I'll provide this after.
Ms. Wyburn, we do have 4 public meetings tonight, and I appreciate everything you're bringing forward. So I just want you to pay attention to some time out of courtesy to the other speakers that are going to come forward. And while we do usually limit speakers, I'm going to let you go on because I didn't forewarn you at this moment, but we do have to get through your material. You're being very, very good at defining every one of the deviations, and I know that...
It's my first time I've had an opportunity. The last meeting, I actually had pneumonia, so I wasn't able to attend.
So we'll give you some liberty here
Thank you.
tonight, but we do have to give courtesy to the rest of the speakers if there should be some.
Okay. So in summary, I wanted to say that these variances are quite significant from the official plan. I have also heard, I will actually leave this and I will put it submitted afterwards. I believe that there will be a place for addressing some of the other issues, and I'll ask for the opportunity to come back up on those.
If you have a written copy of everything you're presenting tonight, if you'll provide that to the clerk, that will be entered into the record so that nothing you wanted to present to us will be missed, and it will be there for everyone to read. And
Well, there's some other things
That's
that
fine.
I'll bring it up after, and I will then give you this.
that's
Is that
fine.
okay?
Great, thank you
Okay,
very much.
Thank you.
Now, is there anyone else wishing to speak to the item, the public meeting that is on the floor right now? I see that. If you would come forward, please, and speak into the microphone, state your name and you're representing who?
Hi, Madam Chair. Good evening. My name is Mark Freilich, and I live on Town Line Road with my wife, Deanne. It was brought up in the previous meeting, there was no provision made for the massive elm tree that sits in the new proposed subdivision. I totally agree that we need more housing, and doing it correctly is also a concern of mine. The elm trees, as you know, last year were pretty much last century were wiped out by the Dutch elm disease. There is no large elm trees left by this one. This tree is massive and it's very healthy. I think we should try to make provisions to sustain that for our children and grandchildren to be able to see in the future, and the fact that it is so rare. I feel that our commitment to moving forward with the environment and making a green space would be a great way to approach this. Secondly, I have a concern, as the previous speaker had spoke about, with the amount of traffic that is going to be generated by the high-density houses that are going to be put into this subdivision. With two small side streets coming out, the one at Rock Street and the other one on the proposed empty lot, they could be putting out about perhaps 500 cars a day on that very short distance of road. It's deviated from the original town plan to have the other road come out at a little bit further up. So putting 2 streets out with 500 cars a day with this particular proposal, I don't think is going to work very well. Town Line Road is just going to become an absolute traffic jam. That's a big concern that I saw when this was brought forward at the last meeting in the proposal. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In an effort to get as many people, to get all of their facts out onto the table, if anyone has heard their concern and wishes to say it's been addressed by others, then that's great. We'll make note of the fact that your concern has been addressed. If not, and you wish to come forward and speak, now would be the time to do it. Kevin, is there anyone online that is looking to speak?
Not seeing it at the moment, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else, I ask again, for this block plan Area 9 Lockbridge Developments that wishes to come forward? Okay, so if not, if Kathy, if you've got any new points that you wish to make quickly that you could put forward to us, otherwise we will gladly take your entire submission and, as I say, add it to the package that's going forward to council. Pardon me, committee and council.
So I wanted to just point out that one of the justifications of why they said that the developer said that we should make these lots smaller, and that is because of accommodating the gas line. And I'd like to say that with when Shuri Road, Alma Acres was developed, they did not make deviances for the zoning there, and so that shouldn't be a viable argument for doing it in another area, and especially when this is supposed to be low density and should be an R1 to R3, and now you're pushing beyond a R3. I do have some other comments about general in the town, but I can bring those back later if you want.
This is the time for you to bring them
This isn't about this block plan, but in general of developments going on in the town.
Then
So I can
that could come
comment.
at another meeting
I can-
even. Yes, if it's specific to this block plan, then you should make those comments now. Elsewise, there will be opportunities for you to come to council and provide us with comments about other things with
Yeah,
regard to
I
planning.
can comment on general afterwards.
Happy to have you come back and see
Okay,
us.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask one more time if there's anyone else wishing to speak to this particular block plan, Lock Ridge Developments, Block 9. And if I see none, and Kevin has assured me there's no one online. Oops. There you go. Come on forward. Please state your name for the record.
I'm Helena Minders, and I live on Town Line Road. We have issues with water, and I'm just wondering what the proposed plan is to help those houses that are existent there already with water issues, what the plan is to eliminate that water problem or to get rid of it, or is there a plan besides that lagoon?
We'll go to
that's-
our Director of Public Works, but first maybe you could be a little bit more specific about what the water problem is. Is it
Well, there's
flooding in
a
spring?
So where we're located and the houses beside us, there's a lot of water in the springtime, and it has no place to go except to the back field. So how are we, if there's building going on there, is that going to prevent that water to go away? Like, we'd like to get rid of the water.
Understood.
Like, what's the plan for that? Because the neighbor beside us is pretty wet. Ours is pretty wet right now, and we want to get rid of that issue.
Okay.
And now,
so-
if you're going to build back there, is that going to prevent that from,
Getting worse.
yes.
I'm going to go to our director and ask him about any plans for issues with water to be dealt with as a result of this construction.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would suggest if we could get your address, and then when we do look at the plans, maybe we could see what kind of impact the development will have on your property and see if there's any mitigation measures to address that, and then circle back with you. So, is
That's
now a
great.
good time to take her address, or?
I think we can have you talk to Mr. DePaula one-on-one offline, if that would be good. And just take a look at the plans, to look at the stormwater management system that's being put in place for this. It's been done, there's been a plan, and there are stormwater management ponds. So that should be part of the discussion you have with our staff,
Yeah.
okay? So Mr. DePaula can take your name and address without the microphones on, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Now, are there any other people wishing, please come. You may have to wait a minute, the chair's occupied. Relax, relax. I'll relax. Okay, the gentleman that had his hand up, if you'd like to come forward. And please give us your name for the record.
My name is Ron Binfield. I back onto the old railway line. There's plans here to make that railway line a walking trail. I don't know if the intention is to fill it and make a trail, but that is a water course there. There's a lot of water flows through there most of the year, but particularly in the spring, there's a lot of water. So that's not conducive to walking. If you're planning to make it a walking trail, then it's going to have to be drained. There's going to have to be some kind of a drain that goes into the culverts out on the town line.
Did you bring this up at the public meeting or the meeting that the developers had? Have you had any discussion with the development community about that issue?
I can't remember.
Okay. Okay. So your issue is with flooding all year round along the rail trail?
Correct.
And what they're, and how they are planning on building it?
Correct.
I'm not really sure that that can be answered here tonight, but we'll take that concern and add it to the list of those things that need to be addressed before we come back with a recommendation report. The report before you all tonight is not a recommendation report. It's to be received, to receive all your comments, have the developer and our staff look at solutions that will address any of the concerns that are brought forward before a recommendation report to accept or deny or modify this application. So if that's the nature of your concern, we will certainly have that on the list of items to be discussed.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, please please come forward, speak to the microphone so that we can all hear you and the people on Zoom, please.
It'll be very short. Good evening. My name is Yolima, and I live in Anderson Crescent, right in Town Line Road. The question is if there is any room for improving the public transit here in Smithville due to, the upcoming development. That's basically the big question for the city. More
For
than
the town. I just don't want to offend people who don't want it not to be a town. Sorry. Okay, so that's the nature of your question. Is there improvements for transportation to be considered as we move forward with the growth?
Yes, exactly. Public transportation.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we have a member of the Transportation Committee here who I think was looking at me like he wanted to answer or address your question. So
great.
Councillor Riley can probably give you a short answer at least, and we will put this concern in with the other things that we are taking note of.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Speaker. Great question. As the Council has already demonstrated and expressed with the region that we have asked to be a part of that plan as far as what transit's going to look like for the future. There is, and I guess the short version of the answer is there's nothing immediately in place that's going to solve what I think you're seeking tonight. But I think as you see our community grow, you're going to see the expansion of those types of services. And right now, the Niagara Transit is in the process of reviewing a master plan themselves. That's going to highlight when the growth's going to happen, or not so much when the growth's going to happen, but when the expansion is going to happen in the services, and then that part will be a different conversation that will come back locally here, and then we'll be able to inform you. But as far as what the current plan is, there's nothing in the near future, but certainly something in the long future.
Okay. Long future, is there a...
I don't have a crystal ball. I know it'd be great to be able to have like a specific time frame. I think you got to look at the current setup of our community and where it currently is. We're never probably going to see anything in the next couple of decades, if not longer, like a reliable bus service that's going to come, door to door. I think we're going to see the on-demand, and hopefully that's going to be expanded. We do have the specialized service, but as we try to see what's going to happen, I know this council supported a resolution to go to the region, or to the Niagara Transit, I should say, and expressed an importance of being part of that conversation. As of right now, we're not really part of that. We don't have any localized services other than the on-demand aspect, so we don't have what, say, Grimsby has, or even what St. Catharines has in Niagara Falls. But noted. I mean, I think it's one of those topics that's got kind of mixed feelings in our community as far as what we want to see, what we don't want to see, and then sometimes people see transit as like, oh, that means we're going to turn into a city. I think right now the Transit Commission is trying to maintain what they've currently been given, and in terms of development of the Transit Board itself and how they're going to manage the growth of that organization, and I don't see West Lincoln benefiting from a major growth in transit services anytime in the next decade. It's probably going to be significantly longer than that before we see real improvement and real change. But that being said, it's certain, like I don't have a crystal ball. Don't know if there's going to be a windfall of money that the Transit Board inherits and somehow they're able to address it. But they are working upstream a bit in terms of maintaining the current infrastructure that they were given through the amalgamation. And so with some of those costs is definitely hindering the ability to expand services even through the whole region.
So the silver lining, and thank you very much, Councillor Riley, the silver lining that you must hear, as Councillor Riley says, we don't have a crystal ball or a timeline, but the Regional Transit Committee has currently doing a master plan where they did outreach to all the communities that are going to be serviced or may be serviced with transit into the future. So that just happened. It's undergoing public input. So you will be hearing more and more about transit in the coming year.
Oh, that's
All right?
great. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so since we've now concluded the public comments, and I expect Kevin is going to tell me there are no people online, then I would confine the discussion to members of committee. Is there anyone here wishing to ask questions of the developers or of our staff? I think I'm going to start on one side of the council horseshoe, if you wouldn't mind. I'm going to do it this way. Just to, everybody tells me I go to them last, so we're going to go with Councillor Trombetta first, out to Councillor Maychuk, and then over here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the residents coming forward. We're at the point, I find, in this community, because, I hear from a lot of our residents, and this is just some comments. A lot of the residents come up to me, especially in my rural wards, saying, I can't maintain my property anymore, but I don't want to leave town. And they're looking for a place to stay. The other thing is that they're having aged children that are getting older, and they are looking for places to live, and a lot of people don't want to leave West Lincoln, and they want their kids closer to them. So that is one thing that I'm getting from my residents. So I hope we can come, I might say, as a community, come together to find, I want to make all members of this community happy. It's hard to do, but I want to keep the residents that want to stay in this community, especially the ones that have been here for 40 years, and I don't want to see them go. At the appropriate time, Madam Chair, I'm going to need Jared up here. The other thing I wanted to mention is that some of the business owners have reached out, the big ones in town, and saying they're having an attraction issue of gaining, employment because there's no place for them to live. So we're getting to the point in this community and we have to come up with some solutions. What they are, again, I don't want this community to look like Bimbrook, and I think nobody who's lived here 40 years like myself wants to see that. But we have to come up with a solution to build responsibly for the residents, especially not forcing my residents out of this community. So that's one comment I want for the record. Madam Chair, can I have Jared up to ask some questions, if that's possible? From the
developers.
Group?
I apologize. I thought you wanted Garrett.
No, Jared. I know it's very
Yes.
similar. Sure.
It's kind of like Jason and Justin, yeah. Okay. If you wouldn't mind coming forward, and you might as well stay there, because I have a sense that there'll be a few other questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through Madam Chair to Jared. I know it's Jared. I was thinking his last name, but it wasn't coming to my head. We have the development pictures and stuff like that, but you never touched on infrastructure, and that's always a key that I like to ask. Where are we shovel ready? I know Mrs. Smythe did mention infrastructure. We see these development proposals and the public see them in the paper and they think that it's going next year, next month, tomorrow. But with infrastructure needs and infrastructure deficits that we have in this community, these can be way away from shovel ready. So where are we, through you, Madam Chair, to Jared, with the infrastructure on this project?
Thank you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Trombetta. for the first phase of this development, there are sewers already in Town Line Road with the capacity to handle the development. There are some larger downstream issues that are being dealt with the region and the Township Public Works. I'd have to lean more
So
to...
maybe I can, through you, Madam Chair, maybe I can ask our Director of Public Works, where, maybe he can answer that question. Sorry if I had the right, it's better that you're here anyways, because you might have to direct both of them. So through you, Madam Chair, to the Director of Public Works, where are we with the infrastructure for this project, for capacity, where the region's got to upgrade anything in their end? Can you please inform this committee?
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Trombetta, we provided comments to the developer. This draft plan of subdivision that we're talking about, for a sanitary perspective, the master community plan and the water and wastewater servicing strategy to service that land requires the existing sanitary sewer that the presenter talks about to be upsized to allow for the capacity for this development. And the region is working, excuse me, the region is currently working on identifying what upgrades are needed at the pumping station, because the master servicing plan has identified that the pumping station also needs to be potentially upsized. And there's also recommendations to look at some I&I reduction to free up some capacity for this development. So it's a combination of all three: I&I removal, pumping station upgrades, and upsizing the existing sewer. That's from a sanitary perspective.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, through you, Madam Chair, to, I guess it's Paula or Jared. So on that end, on the region upgrading their infrastructure, is a cost that's going to be downloaded to the region or to the developer?
Through the chair to Councillor Trombetta, typically development pays for development, so it would be borne by a developer.
For the, sorry, for the upgrade of the pumping station as well, if that's needed?
Well, through development charges, I should clarify,
okay.
Through development charges.
So, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Paula or Jared, I guess for that feedback, how far out are we ready for this phase, shovel ready? If there's a time frame.
I'll attempt it. Through the chair to Councillor Trombetta, the upsizing of the local sanitary sewer, Township staff included it in the 2025 budget to start the design of that piece of infrastructure. So that is in our 2025 budget to start the design of it. We will have to work with the developer when they're ready to go to kind of work together on the construction timing of it.
So they're really, through you, Madam Chair, again, sorry if I apologize not going through. So through you, Madam Chair, to Director DePaula, there really is no set time frame for shovel ready at this point.
I think that question should go to the developer.
That's why I brought him here, so it's perfectly fine.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Trombetta, my client would like to move forward right away. Sometimes some of these things are out of their control. The local sanitary sewer upgrade, that, again, that's an immediate project that could happen if approvals were there. I don't know the long-term regional.
And that's, sorry, through you, Madam Chair, sorry to interrupt, but we can control ours, we can't control the region. So I just wanted to know a little bit on that aspect. I kind of understand our timeframes. It's just the regional timeframes is what's my.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Trombetta, again, there's a lot of discussions happening with the master servicing plan between the township, the region. As I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, we do have our civil engineer in the audience. So if I can bring him up if he might have some better answers.
I would just.
Could we elevate this to say that if there's an issue and there isn't sufficient capacity in the existing sewer, it will be solved by either front-ending by the developer or it's in the budget and the development charges will pay for the infrastructure. And if it's not in our budget right now, there's one solution. Is there more that you, I mean, like?
No,
Yeah.
you can add, that's fine. You added to
No,
it.
no, I'm not upset at all. It's just that I think we're dancing on the head of a pin. Is there sufficient capacity to service this entire subdivision and the sewers? And I think we've heard that the answer is no. So if you'd like to hear from the developer.
I was just looking at possible timeframes, because if there isn't
Sure.
capacity, Madam Chair, I think the residents would like to probably know, if there isn't capacity, what could be the timeframes here? Like, are we talking 5 years, 10 years? I don't know.
Let them bring it forward, but I think that the audience would also be happy to know that we're not going to be paying for it. It's going to be a growth paced for growth. But sure, let them bring their engineer forward if you like.
It's fine. Does he want to maybe add something to?
Hello, Kevin Brousseau here, Stantec. Through you, Madam Chair, with respect to the development, as I understand it, the developer's ready to go. As soon as essentially we secure the approvals from draft plan approval, the intent is to move forward with the process to improve the sewer along town line. The upgrades to the sanitary pump station is really dependent on the region as to where they stand. I understand they're reviewing strategies right now as relates to impeller upgrades and capacity upgrades, but essentially we're waiting on the region.
Okay, so that's more of an answer on why, so we're kind of in limbo at the moment for this.
Otherwise, the developer's waiting for this to get
So
resolved.
It's in the regional hands. Okay, thank you for coming up, I appreciate that.
Very
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Gary. That
Thank
sounds
you.
good, unless you want to stay, because maybe there's some other members of the committee, I'm not sure, so that's up to the chair.
Councillor Bradrick, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the members of the public who came this evening to present yourselves here in support, as well as those submissions that were made, especially from that environmental perspective. I have a couple of questions through you, Madam Chair. We'll start with Garrett. Was it Garrett?
Jarrett.
Jarrett
And Garrett.
Not to go over this Town Line Road situation, but I will, one more thing, is about the expansion to the road itself. Councillor Trombetta talked about the infrastructure underneath, but we have heard from one resident, and I'm sure thoughts of many, around what is that traffic situation going to look like, and what kind of upgrade to that road will occur. So perhaps maybe the question is to Director DePaula about Town Line Road. If I recall correctly, in our OPA, it has Town Line Road eventually expanding to a 3-lane. And can you please comment through you, Madam Chair, Director DePaula, on what timeline or what that might look like as far as this addition? Would it be something still in the future, or is it something that would be addressed around the time of this?
Through the chair to Councillor Bradrick, you're correct. Part of the master community plan, the transportation master plan identified that Town Line Road should be upgraded, widened to a 3-lane cross-section. Now, that took into account all of the development that's going to occur in the future. I believe the developer submitted a traffic impact study, and it remained, that traffic impact study that was submitted was silent on whether this development or this block plan would trigger the widening to a 3-lane. So that was one of staff's comments, to get some clarification on that so that we could review it, and we're waiting to hear back.
Thank you very much. I have another question, Madam Chair, and I am going to put it forward to Garrett, our Director of Growth and Sustainability, in regards to, and hoping you can answer this for us, and for clarification for the public as well. What type of pressures are we as a municipality seeing from the province in regards to these kinds of subdivisions to allow for that type of growth?
Through the chair to Councillor Bradrick, the province is looking at building 1.5 million new homes, and The township, though, so the province allocates population growth to the region, and the region would previously allocate that to local tier municipalities. And the region, in their growth projections, gave West Lincoln a significant amount of growth. This was already a number of years ago, which then led to the township and the region together going through this master community plan, which added, as Ms. Smith alluded to, over 400 hectares of land being added to our boundary for residential growth, including this property. So there definitely is pressure to accommodate additional housing units, both in Smithville and across Ontario. And we have done a lot of planning work to ensure that this growth happens in a responsible way, especially responsible and keeping with the character of Smithville. When we were going through this process to add all of this land, new urban land, to our urban boundary, we did hear many times from the public that they didn't want to be the next Bimbrook or something similar to that. They didn't want just a salad bowl with townhouses and apartments making a dish in Smithville, and they really wanted to preserve the character of Smithville. So one of the methods that the township took is implementing a staging plan. So not all of Smithville would be growing at the same time. And this is within stage 3, but it's within stage 3A, because there were some opportunities here for not major infrastructure investment to get some housing units going. Other areas of the expansion area will require major infrastructure investment, but this area, as Director DePaula mentioned, requires less than major infrastructure with just an upsizing of the sanitary sewer. So I hope that roundabout answers your question, but we definitely want to keep Smithville with the rural character that it has through this development.
Thank you very much, Director. And just one more small question through you, Chair, to Jarrett. Parking is always a big thing in some of our communities, and I apologize if this is in the report, but how many parking spaces per unit have been assigned without street parking?
Thank you, Madam. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Braderick. The final, the township's bylaw requires a minimum of 2 parking spaces per unit. So that's the starting point, a minimum of 2. The lots are on the smaller side. The R3 zone is 10 meters. So with the township's parking or driveway requirement, I believe, of 60%, you'd likely get one space in a driveway, 1 space in a garage for all the units.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Councillor Machuk.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Jared again. I have 3 quick questions. Can I ask them all at one time?
Okay, if he forgets, though, I might not hear them either, so
All right.
go ahead.
So you heard Linda from the Green Team, and I'm new to this position, so appreciate my naivete. In terms of any mitigation for the environmental impacts when developing a residential area like this, what are some of the measures that are taken to, achieve the goals related to biodiversity or limit the amount of environmental impact that could be deemed negative? That was my first question. My next one was around the percentage. You mentioned 194 units. What percentage would be considered affordable? And then the last question is, I heard loud and clear that the residents would love to save that one elm tree, and I'm wondering if there's any possibility that that could happen with the development, even though I heard it might not be achievable.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Machuk. From an affordability perspective, those conversations haven't happened yet. My client it's fairly early stages. If I were venturing a guess here tonight, I'd say probably 0 affordability. It's market-based housing. It'll be what the market rate is at that time. The elm tree, you saw the image I had on the screen earlier. Currently, it's right at the edge of a proposed municipal road. Given the quite extensive needs within a right-of-way cross-section, hydro, gas, telecommunications, sewers, et cetera, currently it wouldn't be able to be saved. Is there an opportunity to redesign? There's always opportunities, and it's a comment we'll take back and look at when we make our resubmission. The last one you mentioned was the environmental impact. There's ongoing discussions between our team, the region, the NPCA, and the township regarding the MCP and its identified restoration area. So those are non-resolved issues that we have to continue having. I'm sure there are opportunities in the construction of the houses to implement low-flow LID measures, things of that nature. Right now, we haven't gotten that far into design of houses. It's quite early for that, but again, it's low impact development. It's an important thing in all the communities we're in, so it's another thing we'll take back to our client.
Thank you, Councillor Machuk. Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to poke on a few points. First, I think maybe Jared might want to clarify the phrase is zero affordability. I think the media could really run with that one. So, obviously affordability is a bit of a buzzword, right? What's affordable to one person probably isn't affordable to another. I think through you, Madam Chair, to the presenter, I think the real importance here is that we need a variety of different types of affordability, and what that looks like is yet to be seen. As you mentioned, market dictates that, and the economy also dictates that. So it's very interesting, but I thought I'd mention that as well. We've also heard concerns about how things are kind of passed down to us from the province, the $1.5 million homes project. I know we had, a federal candidate not too long ago mention and wanting municipalities to embrace growth at all costs, or there will be consequences or penalties. So this is not just isolated to provincial pressure, there's federal pressure as well. I want to echo my co-wardman. The concerns around some of the protected green space, or some of the green space if it can be protected. I know there's been some hot button topic around the elm tree, and I certainly would like to see you guys dig a little bit deeper to see what can be done there. I'm sure if somehow you could flip that plan around in some way and put that in a couple of backyards, I don't think the neighbors are going to be the new residents to be will be too concerned if they have a big, beautiful tree in their backyard by any means. Many people pay a lot of money for that. I guess I also wanted to mention, there was concerns about drainage. And so, message to staff there, if what we've just seen in the last few weeks of drainage, I had so many residents reach out to me about basically concerned that the water was coming right up to their front door. And in fact, I think there was one house, because it was built in the floodplain, actually got flooded. And so that's from years and years and years ago. But still, I think that needs to be carefully looked at, because we need to make sure that everything that we're doing is not creating problems to the new infrastructure or the new homes to be built, but also is not actually increasing or exacerbating issues that are already existing in current homes. So I certainly want to make sure that we have a robust plan on how we're going to tackle the drainage component, because our community is very susceptible to drainage, and we want to make sure that's dealt with. I've always been as strong, through you, Madam Chair, as well. I've always been an outspoken individual when it comes to public safety and addressing some of the concerns that plague our community. And so I know it's one step earlier, but I know at some point we'll get to a design phase, whenever that will be. But I just want to mention now, I certainly want that to be carefully looked at, what types of traffic calming measures can be applied at that point to ensure that we're doing our best to slow traffic down. This side of the municipality hasn't seen this kind of growth in a very long time, and if this actually goes through as is, or pretty close as is, it's going to really change the face of what this area looks like. So to those residents who came forward, who spoke passionately about their concerns, I applaud you, because again, we're all concerned about this, and we want to make sure we get this right. We don't want to be in a situation where we have to, fix a problem. We want to make sure that we're stepping on the right foot there going forward. I guess to keep things moving here, I also wanted to mention, I think we're also in what I would call the perfect conundrum in terms of growth. And I guess what I really mean by that is, we need people to work the jobs. We all want the jobs to come here, and the jobs need the people to work, but we don't have the homes for the people. And so if in order to get one, you need the other, but how do we do that in a way that is responsible, in a way that doesn't create other problems? And even hearing the concerns or advocation for increased transit service, how do we improve transit service if we don't necessarily have all the necessary pieces in place? So again, this comes back to trying to make sure that we have the right approach in terms of not just fiscal responsibility and strategic planning and growing the community in a way that becomes prosperous, but also economically stable. And so I appreciate the feedback you guys have given. I certainly think, this has been good dialogue we've seen tonight, good step forward. I certainly look forward to seeing the recommendation that is yet to come to council at a later date and time. But I'd really like to see a bigger emphasis made, especially on the protecting the green space and also mitigating some of that concern around construction traffic, having a bit of a robust plan of how we're going to manage that, because things never go as planned. We know that. We get the phone calls. You guys get the phone calls. So I want to make sure that whatever happens, whatever it looks like, it comes forward. I think if I could even add one more piece to it, Madam Chair, when it comes to, and I'll use the tree, the elm tree again. If there's an opportunity to kind of preserve some area of that or some relocation of other green space that could be there that can help you shift what that looks like elsewhere, I think the community would be somewhat supportive. I think just about everyone I talk to, we're not a community that's against growth. We just want it done responsibly. We want it done so that those who inherit it after us inherit not a mistake, but inherit something that can be built onto, not something that we're trying to cram everything all in one. And so those are my comments, Madam Chair, because I think that's really important to put out there. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Riley. Madam Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my council colleagues have done an excellent job of teasing out and asking questions to find better answers, or more deep answers perhaps, to some of the concerns that the residents have already expressed. So I don't have questions, but I do have 3 comments that I want to make. One of my main concerns about looking at this new project is the relocation of what I see as a neighborhood park to sort of be side by side with the restoration area. When I look at the number of residents who are geared to eventually live in that area, and I look at what is proposed to be park space, and I look at what was done in Alma Acres on the other side, where the pipeline property actually borderline sort of runs parallel to the park space, it provides a very large open space suitable for all ages. Whether you want to just sit out and enjoy a book in the park area, or whether you want to actually actively engage, I think that's a better avenue for us to be looking at. I worry greatly that the dependence is on the Rock Street Park, when that would involve crossing a street that we've all been talking about, potentially being extremely busy moving forward. So expecting children to cross that street, which is going to be a fairly main thoroughfare eventually, with these roads and 500 cars coming each direction, all those things that we're hearing, makes, for me as a former educator, a very problematic situation, expecting that to be the reliable place for a park for children. So I'd like just to get that comment on the record as well. I also want to talk about the restoration area itself. As we're looking at protecting and growing our tree canopy, I think that we need to be mindful of what space is actually given to that. And it concerns me somewhat that that has been narrowed and narrow as it reaches the opposite end from the main road on Town Line as it moves back. So I'd like that concern listed. And thirdly, I'd just like, again, to reiterate what Councillor Trombetta said. I hear regularly from our local businesses who are expanding and growing, and in fact, 2 in particular have just been given awards from the Keystone Foundation for building a business that creates jobs. And so they're doing that, and they're doing it extremely well, and they're being recognized for doing that, Stampak included, with Big Country Raw. But there is no place, as they're trying to hire employees, no place for those employees to live. And I think that's one of our major concerns. We need to grow in all areas in an appropriate manner. And right now, we need to sort of match those needs. So if we're expecting our businesses to grow, and we're expecting them to contribute to the economy of our municipality, we have to be mindful of helping them in some way to also achieve what they need, and that is housing for their employees. And that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councillor Rayner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jared mentioned earlier was kind of the thing that kind of caught me, was he said that the region has said that down the road the population of Smithville should be 38,000. That's scary to me. I came here in 1981. 44 years ago. I was born and raised in downtown Hamilton. I worked in Toronto for a number of years. I did the drive from Burlington. And I came here because it was rural, because I could go into town and see the tractors going down the road. And everybody said, hey, that's as common as a car. We love it. And then things started to change. More stoplights came in. A lot of other changes happened. And that was not the town that I wanted. I wanted the town to remain, I guess I'm old-fashioned, but I like it to remain the characteristic of what it was. In fact, when I first moved here, I used to drive into Smithville, and there was a plaque just before the Imperial Esso bulk tank facility there that Jack McIntyre had, and it said, "Welcome to Smithville, the hub of Niagara." That sign is long since gone, but it was to me the hub of Niagara, and it is a beautiful community. I understand that we've got more development and the region's coming down on us, but I don't want to lose the integrity and the history of this township that for so many people has been part of our life, and that's why we stay here. As Councilor Riley just mentioned, things are going to change. Well, I'm not a guy who likes a lot of change. I'm not a fan of developers. I don't like agricultural land being destroyed for housing. I understand we need growth, but as everybody said around here, and I'm so pleased that Garrett said it, we don't want another Bimbrook. We don't want the way Hamilton's going, and they're going crazy, and we're going to lose our identity. I want common sense on this, but I also like a slow approach. The other thing I look at is for a number of years I drove from Burlington to Toronto. It was a long drive, and it was a tough drive. It's a tougher drive now. And I understand we need development here, but housing's in Hamilton, and it's only a half an hour drive, and I'd rather drive Highway 20 to Smithville and the QEW up to the Gardner and down through like I did for many years. So it's not as if there isn't a community not far from here that's with a reasonable, pleasant, easy, non-stressful drive to come here. So to me, we don't have to go crazy and destroy the township of Smithville because the region says we have to. We have to keep our identity and the things that made us love this place, and the fact that we're so proud to stay in Smithville because it gives us the atmosphere of the country. And yet we're only a half an hour from St. Catharines or half an hour from Hamilton. We can have that busy bus if that's what we want, but we got home, we've got our sanity back. And I don't want to lose that. I don't want to see a bunch of stoplights in town. I don't want to see a bunch of things change that change the whole outlook of this beautiful little town that it used to be and turn it into something because some big shot somewhere decided that we have to double our population to make somebody in their ivory tower in Queen's Park happy. No, I respect the people more. I'll fight them on it. So that's my feelings. I like this to be a very slow process, a very thoughtful process, and not as aggressive as everybody else wants to be. Because just because everybody else is, doesn't mean we have to. And that's really how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rayner. Now, I've been asked to, there's at least one councillor wanting to ask one or more questions. Is there anyone else? Then in that case, I'll go to Councillor Riley. Councillor Riley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it'll be super brief. I actually just forgot this. So through you to our director, Gerard Borsma. So there was lots of people who mentioned the concern around the elm tree. And so my question to you, because I want to make sure it's very clear and it's publicly known, is there anything the township can do at this point to preserve or prevent an accidental or intentional destruction of that tree while we're going through this process? So I think the concern I heard from one resident highlighted the fact that what happens if the developer tomorrow, or whoever owns that land, not so much the developer, whoever owns that land, the land it sits on, it just comes down. You know, we're not going to be able to put that thing back up. So is there anything the township can do to protect that in its current time?
Through the chair, I think we pray that that doesn't happen, but the township does not have a tree cutting bylaw that requires residents to apply for a permit to remove a tree. We do have a regional woodland cutting bylaw that applies to regional woodlots over a certain size. So currently there's nothing in our bylaws that would prevent the removal of a tree. However, I think I don't want to speak on behalf of the applicants, but I think we can have some good conversations with the applicants about what's possible for that tree on that property.
is, through you, Madam Chair, back to our director, or if the applicant or the representative could give some kind of maybe comment of a surety that that is not going to happen, that's not the intention, just to kind of, obviously we can't control if lightning strikes, but that there'll be no harm done to that tree until council finally decides what that plan for that area is going to look like. So through you maybe to the presenter, Jared.
Jared, if you would mind answering that question to the best of your ability.
Best of my, thank you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Riley. Generally speaking, once a development application is in the queue with the municipality, we advise our clients to pause any kind of work on a site, unless it's a farmed property, for example. It looks bad, it doesn't reflect well on anything. So we'll definitely take back the comments and speak with our client about that tree.
Appreciate that, because you're right, that certainly would undermine the process and also lose a lot of confidence and trust from the public. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rayner, for one more time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regards to the elm tree, it's unfortunate, but elm trees are susceptible to the Dutch elm disease. And on my farm, I had 2 large elm trees. They were almost a kilometer apart from each other. I'm a fair-sized guy, and I couldn't put my hands halfway around the trunk of that tree, so you know how big it is. It was probably 150 years old or more. And all of a sudden, one spring, the leaves didn't look as bright as they did before. They came a limey color, and then they started to turn yellow. It happened on a couple branches. This beautiful, gorgeous tree. It got worse. Within 2 years, there were no more leaves. Within 3 years, the bark started to fall off. The one close to my house was even bigger. I started to see the same thing. I got a horticulturist in. They said it's a very expensive antidote. It costs like $5,000 for this serum. It has to be kept refrigerated. We've got a good success rate. I spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars for them injecting in the tree all the way around this special chemical that would kill the bug that was destroying the tree. I could not save the tree. And I spent hundreds of dollars, and I've got pictures of the most gorgeous tree you ever seen. What I'm saying is, that tree that you're talking about could look beautiful today. And next month, when those leaves come out, you could see signs. And although you want to save the tree, 5 years from now, that tree might not be there. And I hate to say this because I'm the guy who loves the trees, but Dutch elm disease is wicked, and it's unpredictable, and it's still active. So although you want to save this tree is extremely vulnerable, and it may or may not last. Even with all the medical science that we tried to save the tree, we couldn't save it.
Councillor Riley, Councillor Rayner, maybe we should stop it there and get the experts to tell us about the tree rather than dashing the hopes of everyone in this room.
You should have the tree evaluated before you go much farther, because it may have already started.
There's the point we wanted to make.
And that really would circumvent this whole process. And I'm sorry to say this, but it's quite likely that it probably will happen. But some trees live longer than others.
Thank you.
You don't see very many very large elm trees around anymore. It's only the little ones.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Having seen no more hands, I do have a number of questions that I think I'd like to ask. I'll leave the tree to later. The homes that I see on this subdivision plan are much on smaller lots and tighter lots. And it appears to me that the homes will depend on public open space rather than the lot size providing private open space. And that's not unusual. And the new requirements by the province require us to be intensified. But having said that, I look at the park and I look at the fact that it changes from what we had on a plan, and that troubles me. It troubles me for many things. The shape of the new park in your proposal concerns me because it's long and narrow. It has a bit of a bump out. But it also suggests that the park would come at a later time. And while our town is magnificent in the beauty surrounding our urban area with lots of green space and animals that baa or moo or whatever, and people can come and see them, the need for parks, for open play space, for contemplative areas is important. It's important within the communities and between walking distance. And as the mayor pointed out and others, it's important to have on pieces of land that are not going to be have increased transportation. So for me, I cannot think of how I would approve a plan where the park was being pushed off to a second or third phase. And I know the developer could say to me, well, we'll give you payments in lieu, and you can go off and take that money and enhance your given parks. They ain't making no more. And there is no way that we will ever get a park besides under the new regulations, the parkland that will be given to us through the development charges and on submission of a new subdivision. So in my books, I can't live with a park that is being bumped out of an area where there is going to be, well, you know the number, a lot of houses on an isolated piece of land dependent on parks that were put there for other properties. So I need the park to stay in the phase that it was agreed to in the master plan for this community. And I think that's what we mean here at this table, and what I'm hearing from people out in the audience about the fact we do not mind growth. It has to be careful, it has to be thought through, it has to be our way, and we will support you. And that leads me to the tree. And it leads me to a bad memory of a 250-year-old oak tree in a little town down the QEW, where they spent over $500,000 trying to save that tree. And everyone, the arborists and the naturalists all said, it's nearing the end of its life. That was 20 years ago. That tree's still alive. They collected acorns, they grew out that tree and babies and sold it to the people of the community to try and raise funds. They moved a road around that tree to make it more vibrant. My question would be, what's the life expectancy of this tree, and what else can we do besides just taking it out? There's plans where you can collect parts of the tree and reestablish them elsewhere. Developers oftentimes take and say, we'll give you 25 trees for that one tree. We don't want popsicle sticks, but we need to somehow look at the options that a developer would have to honor a community that had thousands of these, who lost all but perhaps that one in a geographical area. And rather than saying it can't be changed, the existing plan might be more adaptable to that tree surviving for its natural lifetime. So hide the chainsaws, and we want to work with you again on this, but I would think that we have at least some options to look at, other ways of commemorating or memorializing or somehow preserving that tree, especially if we look at the naturalization area and the park staying where they were in phase one, because we know that one works too. I did like some of the comments that were made, and I would like to endorse them, as my colleagues did, and that's to include natural Carolinian trees rather than unnatural ones and have them survive and in our soils out here probably take a little faster than some of the hybrids that we try and plant and get to grow out here. I know that the abutting properties do have very large lots. They're a style that was built a long time ago, and new legislation does not require us to look exactly like them, but to give honor and respect to established communities. I would like to know how you planned on doing that. The park, I thought, gave a great opportunity for a buffer between existing and new communities. And I would like to see why and how, what losses would be suffered, if any, to your plan if we were to change it up and leave the park in place, the naturalization part in place, and how that kept people on their own side of the street for safety reasons, but also offered an opportunity to see open park space before you walked across the street and saw the mid-century bungalows and wide ranch-style houses on the other side. I'm not going to ask you about the servicing that exists in the pipe. I do want that to be included in the plan, so in anything that comes back to us. I would hope to see that, because growth does pay for growth. We all know that sometimes. But the sewer will serve only so much and then need to be that the system needs to be upgraded through the pumping station or something else has to be done. So with the sewer and water, it would be nice to know what the expectations of the elasticity in those pipes are so that we can understand how far this subdivision can go. And I say that because if it has an ultimate end, that too gives me caution and tells me that we should not be moving our park, our trees, or whatever if there is not the ability to complete that subdivision without a few years of investment in new pipes, which my colleagues brought up. Sorry. I was paying attention to my colleagues, and I think I lost a few of my points, but I do want to emphasize that I believe this committee has emphasized over and over again that Smithville is not averse to growth. We will do growth. We did it in a phased method, like many other communities around Ontario, so as not to have street fouling and disruption to every part of the community. And I would hope that we would try and do it in a complete growth section for every subdivision that's coming forward, and not do part of it and move something that wasn't comfortable into the next phase. I just don't know that that could possibly be acceptable. And in Smithville, we are still the hub of the Niagara Peninsula. The sign may have gone, but geographically we are equal distance to Lake Ontario and Lake Erie, so we still are the hub, and we'd like to remain what we are, not what others are. So I'd like to know, I'd like the developers to work with us and build the new parts of Smithville with us, not against us. So I presume we will have another chance to look at some modifications or some comments that come back from the developer and our staff that address the concerns we heard tonight. I think they were all made very well, and I'll leave it there, but look forward to having additional discussion with this entire group around the horseshoe and with our community listening as well. And Jared, I thank you very much for taking all of these comments and making copious notes as I've watched. Okay. Now I have some official things to say. Please be advised that a technical report is being considered by the committee this evening. Please also be advised that once the committee or council has made a decision with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment, and if approved by council, a notice of their passing will be circulated with an appeal period. If you wish to be notified of council's decision, please ensure your email and the township with the township clerk, and who is Justin Paylove at jpaylove@westlincoln.ca. And know that the report that is on the agenda later tonight is not a recommendation report, but is to be accepted for information. So another report will come forward at another time. Anyone who is interested in observing council and or committee discussions about a particular bylaw should not solely rely on mailed notices and thus potentially miss the opportunity to attend applicable meetings. It is suggested that you watch the township's website for the posting of agendas to review items that will be discussed at council or at committee meetings. The agendas for meetings are posted on the township's website after 4 p.m. on the Friday prior to the meeting. Additionally, meeting schedules are also posted on the township's website for the public to view. If you wish to receive notices by email, it is suggested that you contact the township's clerk, Justin Paylove at jpaylove@westlincoln.ca, to advise of your request and include your email address along with your mailing address and your phone number. I declare this public meeting with respect to a zoning bylaw amendment to be concluded at 8:23 p.m. Thank you very much for those of you that have been here for this item. As I say, there will be a report if you've looked at the agenda. Later on the agenda, it is not a recommendation report. It is a information report. Thank you. Sorry. Mike. I think since we've all been sitting here since about 6:30, it might be an appropriate time for us to take a 5-minute break to get before we reconstitute into the second public meeting for this evening. Order. I hope everyone had a chance to refresh their glasses or whatever they were doing. And we'll move now to the second public meeting this evening. And that meeting is, this is a public meeting to consider an application for zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision submitted by Weston Consulting, the consultant's agent on behalf of Elite Smithville Developments, Inc., who are the owner of the property. East-west is proposed to connect to South Grimsby Road 6, file number 1601-009-24 and 2000-94-24, located at the east end of Mars Thrive Development, north of the Western Roundabout. Okay. In accordance with the Planning Act and the minister, the applicant or specified person, public body or registered landowner of any land to which the bylaw amendment will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to council prior to the adoption and or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the bylaw amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Mr. Clerk, I would ask that you please advise people here how and when the public meeting was announced.
Proper notice was given by way of email circulation to agencies and mail circulation to all residents within 120 meters of the subject property on March 6, 2025. Public notice was also posted to the subject property, the Township website, and the Township Administration Building on March 6, 2025.
Thank you. Mr. Bourma, our Director of Growth and Sustainability, will you please provide us with the purpose and reason for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. An application for draft plan of subdivision and an application for zoning bylaw amendment has been submitted by Weston Consultants on behalf of Elite Smithville Developments for a 10-acre parcel of land on the west side of Smithville. The property is located directly north of the Western Roundabout, just west of Mars Thrive Developments and the Greek Community Center. It's also bordered to the north by the Canada Pacific Kansas City Railway. The eastern half of this property was added to the urban boundary back in 2015 through the OMB at that time, and is also located within the Northwest Quadrant Secondary Plan, while the balance of the property was added to the urban boundary in 2022. The secondary plan has designated the subject property as high density, special policy area A, and public street. And the zoning of the property is currently Development D and Agricultural A. The proposed draft plan and zoning amendment applications, if approved, would create 13 blocks to accommodate 217 residential units. A future public street connecting the roundabout to the Mars development, a trail, parkland, and a future development block. The development consists of two main blocks. Within them are 41 townhouse units and 176 apartment units split into two 6-story buildings. The property includes an environmental feature and a karst, which the owners are proposing to dedicate to the township, which can in turn be integrated with the township's parks and trails corridor. The applicants are proposing to service the development with a water main connecting to the Mars Thrive development and loop it into the Regional Road 20 water main. Municipal sewer connection will also be through the Mars Thrive development. And stormwater is proposed to be controlled on-site and outletted to the regional ditch. Administration and the review of the stormwater management proposal are requiring some changes, which the applicants are currently reviewing. However, the changes don't appear to impact the overall layout of the draft plan. Capacity at the pumping stations will need to be confirmed also prior to final approval. The applicants are also requesting a zoning bylaw amendment, which includes a reduced parking ratio for their apartment units. The zoning bylaw requires 1.75 spaces per apartment unit, plus barrier-free spaces. However, the applicants are requesting 1.42 spaces per unit. Agencies and the public were circulated notice of this meeting. At the time of this meeting, no written public comments have been submitted. A number of agencies and departments have provided comments, which can be found later on in the information report. However, no major objections have been raised at this time. Administration will take a recommendation report to a future committee meeting once the review has been completed and the applicants have addressed any of the comments heard this evening and through our report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borma. Is the, pardon me, is the applicant or their agent wishing to speak to the application at this time? Please come forward, state your name.
Madam Chair, Madam Mayor, members of committees, staff, and any members who are joining us tonight both in person and online, thank you for attending this public meeting. Thank you, Garrett. Nice to meet you. My name is Kevin Nunn. I am an RPP who works for Weston Consulting, working for our client, Elite Smithville Developments, Inc., the landowner of the subject lands. I'm also joined here by my colleague Martin Corkopome, also a planner and vice president at Weston Consulting. First off, I wanted to thank everyone for coming tonight. The purpose of tonight is for us to present our proposal and listen to your feedback, as well as receive comments on the proposal. We acknowledge that no decisions will be made tonight. Staff will be reporting to a future committee meeting once the application has been fully reviewed and all agency and public comments have been considered. The landowner has retained a large team of consultants, including engineers, designers, planners, ecologists, and so on, that form part of this proposal. Not all experts are here tonight in their respective disciplines, but I will attempt to answer any questions that you have on the proposal based on the work that we have done to date. You can follow up with staff or myself. My contact information is in the presentation, and we will work with you to obtain any additional information required. Any comments are being recorded and discussed with our client and staff to make sure that we bring back to this committee those answers at a later date. I'm now going to provide a quick overview of the proposal, and then we will turn it over to you for comment. So the subject property is 3.97 hectares in size, and it's at the western end of town, abutting Regional Road 20 and the roundabout at South Grimsby Road. The current use is vacant farmland. As we can see from the Niagara Region Official Plan, Schedule B, it shows this area as being designated Greenfield area. Within the West Lincoln Official Plan, Schedule B4 designates portions of this land as part of the Northwest Quadrant Secondary Plan. You can see that the western portion of this land on the west side of the proposed right-of-way here is outside of the secondary plan area, and the approved OPA 62 brought these lands into the urban area. However, a future block planning process would be required for development to proceed on that portion of the land. This secondary plan within the Northwest Quadrant Secondary Plan Land Use Schedule further designates the subject lands as having portions of land in medium density residential category, that's the orange, as well as Special Policy Area A on the southern portion of the lands directly abutting Regional Road 20. In the secondary plan, this corner is marked as a gateway node and has been designed to provide a welcoming entry point to the town. I will note that a road network has also been shown as part of the secondary plan from the roundabout, traversing a watercourse feature and the rail line to the north. Due to environmental constraints, it's not being proposed in this exact way at this time. The zoning bylaw 2017-70 zones the lands D for development with portions outside of the urban area as A for agricultural, as you can see here. To facilitate this development from D development zone, a zoning bylaw amendment is required. May be hard to see here, so I'll explain what the different blocks are. Based on all the background work that we conducted as a team, at this time the applicant is putting forward a draft plan of subdivision application that will formally create the lots and blocks as shown. Blocks 1 and 2 are residential blocks separated by a public right-of-way, Street B. Block 3 and 4 set aside for future development, for which, as I previously explained, a detailed block plan is required as per policy here and here. Blocks 5, 6, and 7 are parkland with a trail connecting to a linear trail to the east through the Mars Thrive subdivision. And to confirm, this is for public access, these pieces here. Block 8 in the center is environmental protection, which is meant to protect for the karst and natural heritage features on the site and is intended to be transferred into public ownership. Block 9, the future development and road extension will connect to the east. As well, Block 10, 11, 12, and 13 are reserved blocks and road widening blocks. The proposed development consists of 41 condominium townhouse dwellings and 2 6-story mid-rise buildings of 88 units each, so totaling 176 units. The total residential unit count is 217 units. This layout has been designed to protect for environmental features, to enhance connectivity with surrounding area, and also to protect for the transition to neighboring developments, as well as to provide a diverse housing options and improve active transportation. In terms of parking, 208 underground and 43 surface level parking spaces are being contemplated. 43 surface level parking spaces are being contemplated. This totals 251. At this time, that represents a 1.42 per unit vehicular parking rate instead of the required 1.75. A bike parking rate of 0.30 is being provided for the 176 condo building units. We note that the parking garage contains a stormwater cistern as shown in the civil drawing engineering set for more information. The lands are proposed to be rezoned from agricultural and development to environmental protection, EP, open space, and residential medium density 3 with a site-specific exemption, as well as the 2 future development zones. To provide a little bit of context and history, June 2022 is when we had our first pre-consultation meeting with staff. Between the time of 2022 and 2023, there was the preparation of a karst study and environmental impact studies that were conducted at that time. December 2023 was our second pre-consultation meeting with staff, and our submission of our draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment applications happened on October 7th of 2024. And that leads us to March 4th, where we received notice of complete application. Today we're gathering feedback from the public and members of council, and we're going to continue to work with staff to finalize any resubmission of applications. In terms of where we're heading, we have put in a placeholder of May 2025 as anticipated decision from approval authority on the applications, as well as clearance of conditions beyond and detailed design stages, construction, site plan, draft plan of condo, etc. That's my presentation. If you have any questions, my email is on screen and feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, are there any submissions, written or oral, from anyone present in the meeting, either in person or on Zoom, regarding the proposed zoning bylaw amendment? This may be the only public meeting held with respect to this application. If you are attending virtually and would like to provide comments, you can do so by one of 2 options. Using a computer or smartphone, select the raise the hand control that you found on the Zoom screen options list displayed. Option 2 is using a landline or telephone, dial *9. This will notify our staff that you have raised your hand. Once you've been acknowledged to speak, please unmute your microphone, but prior to speaking, please provide your name for the record. That goes for anyone in the chamber who wishes to speak or address this application. Is there anyone present in the council chamber wishing to speak to this application? Seeing none. Kevin, I will go to you just to see if there's anyone out there.
Not seeing any, Madam.
So still a few people online. Okay. Seeing none and hearing that there are nobody in cyberspace wishing to address this item, I go to members of committee and ask if you have any oral or written submissions on the proposed zoning bylaw. As I did with staff, the public, this may be the only opportunity for us to ask the questions we have. And as a result, the OLT may not consider your comments made at council. Now, I'll start this way, this time. And I'll go to Councillor Rayner first.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
No problem.
Through
He always says I go to him last.
Through you to the presenter, I have concerns. You said parking was supposed to be 1.75, it's 1.42?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct.
Through Madam Chair to our Director of Growth and Sustainability. That seems like a very low number. We have a lot of concerns, as Councillor Riley mentioned, about parking on the streets and everything else. Have we got a way to alleviate that situation?
Through the chair to Councillor Rayner. I guess the first thing I'll say is the townhouse units that are being proposed are proposed to meet the minimum requirements for parking. So it's just the apartment units that they're requesting a reduction to. And so we've asked them a number of questions around the what those makeups of those apartments will look like, 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom, seeing that 1 bedroom units might not generate the need for a 1.75 parking ratio, but a 2 bedroom might generate a need for a higher parking ratio. So we're working with them to understand where and how they're providing parking. But understanding any concerns from the public or council regarding that is very important this evening, in what recommendation comes forward to this group in the coming months.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just my comment, it's something that all of us around the table here have been concerned about with anything dealing with growth, is we want to keep the cars off the roads. So if they're going to design something, I know they like to design it to put the maximum density in, which means the lot sizes are so tiny, if you fall over, you're probably trespassing on your neighbor's property. But the point being that it should be able to handle the cars without having them on the road, so that in the wintertime or for fire, or whatever the case may be, these roads are clearly accessible and not turned into a parking lot in the plaza. So that's a real concern for me. I know you might say, well, there's 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom, but that is not a 1 bedroom, both couples, both working, and they still have 2 cars. So to me, that theory doesn't necessarily hold out, because this is a day and age when both parties are working. So I think this needs to have a lot more scrutiny than it's got right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question would be to you, please, in terms of, Mr. Nunn, in terms of looking at what's happening with the expectation of connecting somehow with Mars Thrive subdivision. So are you currently, or you particularly, and perhaps the owners as well, already in discussion with Mars Homes about this? Or is that a presumption that that will be a connection that will be available to you?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor, conversations have been had with Mars Development, and coordination between their engineers as well as our engineers have taken place. The exact details and agreement has yet to be established, but we do know that we need to connect through to their water and wastewater infrastructure, so that conversation has been had and has been included in the functional servicing report that we provided.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to, I guess I'll start with our director. So Garrett, what are the rules around underground parking? So we see here a proposal for, in building B could have up to 6 floors, same with building A. And, a lot of times we're looking at the parking that's just on the street there. I'm not even too sure how I feel about it all, but I just thought I would inquire, is there a certain height of the building that has to be achieved before they can consider putting the parking underground to kind of preserve a little bit more space? I thought maybe I'll start with my first question there.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Riley, we don't have any limitations on underground parking. If the developer wants to do underground parking, they are permitted to do so. Our zoning actually even allows them to even get a little bit of a height bonus of height increase. If they do accommodate underground parking, there's a certain amount of that height of that underground parking which is exempted from our height calculation. But I think what we tend to find is that the cost of doing underground parking can be prohibitive sometimes on certain developments, and that's what we've heard from other developers. So in the past, they've opted to do surface parking as opposed to underground parking because it's a lot cheaper. However, that's an important consideration on a smaller condo block such as this.
Okay, thank you. And back to you, Madam Chair, to the presenter. So I guess the next question is, has that been explored as a possibility? And I guess before you answer there, the thought process around this is we don't, as you heard tonight, you're here for the first meeting, we don't have a reliable transit system, a convenient transit system locally. And so as people move to the community, they're often coming with at least 2 cars, maybe a boat. You know what I mean? And certainly not going to put a boat on the ground there. But what I'm saying is, like, we have to be realistic with the type of people who are coming to the community, who are, investing in our community, and what that looks like. And if the idea is that we're just going to spread it on top, they're probably coming with the ability to afford those differences, or maybe I can refer to them as luxuries. Has that been explored, or can it be explored?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think I understand your question, and I want to provide a couple of details that might help, and then perhaps you can clarify. The rate for the townhouses has been met at the 1.75. 2 of those will be within the private garage, as well as 1 on the driveway, to address some of the concerns that were brought up. The reduction is more towards the type of user that the client believes will be, in the market, will be occupying the buildings of the 6-story units. We do not have a traffic engineer on this proposal. The reason for that being that it was not a requirement for our submission. We are implementing the secondary plan that had already designated these lands for these uses. And the thinking was that, for the client side, I can't speak to the economics, but that the market would decide what they would actually provide at the end of the day. So let's seek a reduction at this time to allow for some flexibility in what that might look like in the future. I know that there are some surface parking pieces that are being shown, and the parking garage actually sort of spans on 1 level of underground parking, which might make it a little bit more affordable to build across a larger area. So we're still working through with some civil designs to modify that, and that perhaps could change. In speaking with the client, there is possibly an opportunity to increase the rate that we're requesting, but I think that was requested for flexibility.
Okay.
Does that answer the question?
It does.
Okay.
And so I guess the other part that I was building to is, through you, Madam Chair, back to the presenter, is so this target is primarily the 1.42. I realize it's an average, and you've done your homework in terms of what you expect the we'll call it like the condo style, apartment style buildings to attract. But does that actually allow visitor parking? So the problem we have, and I'll mention this because on paper it looks good, but in reality it doesn't always look so good. And so we have some parts of the community that only have maybe, I don't know, I think, if I think of the area rates near my house, there's maybe about 7 parking spots out of 24 units or somewhere around there. And that, that basically means 7 units can have over 1 guest each, however many people, 1 car, full of people each. And that doesn't really help when it comes to holidays, it comes to special events and even and stuff like that. And so when we look at a new development like this that's bringing in so many more people, where are they supposed to host their guests? Because they're not going to want to park around the road, around the roundabout, you know what I mean? And so you're creating a situation where we're going to have the same kind of issue that we already hear. And so even the 2, which is kind of like I realize, again, Madam Chair, just if I can clarify, we have some areas in our municipality that has the 2 spots, right? They count the garage, they count the driveway, but that isn't adequate enough parking for the average person, especially if it's a family who has a child or 2 or more. And then we have an issue with parking on the street and the rules around parking on the street. Some areas can maybe permit it, other areas are a little bit tight and restrictive. So if we're not looking into this of how we can get cars underground to allow a little bit more space so people can actually have guests, like I think we're creating a bit of a congestion or a situation where people can't actually enjoy their property or their family and friends in that situation. So again, I think we need to look a little bit closer on how we can expand the parking criteria, because again, I don't think it's sufficient. I realize it meets your targets in terms of what you anticipate. I'm just telling you, what you anticipate might not actually be the reality. So that's my comments right now, Madam.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maychuk first. We're going in. Sorry, this time.
Through you, Madam Chair, just a question in terms of, I would assume that these are all purchased and not rented. Is that correct?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, it is correct. Condominium townhomes.
Okay. And out of respect for my colleague that talked about affordability, would you say these are on the lower end of the spectrum in terms of the average or medium housing prices in terms of both the apartments and townhouses?
Through you, Madam Chair, I can't really comment on that component of it. What I can say is townhomes generally are a different type of housing than it might be typical, and with the addition of the two mid-rise 6-story developments, there's flexibility in there for 1-bedroom studio, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom type units, which could help towards that. But the intent is to make them market rate at this time.
Okay, thank you.
I have no questions.
Thank you, Councillor Braddock. Sorry, Councillor Trombetta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got a couple questions, a couple comments. You know, we have your conceptual plus site plan for the townhouses, and I guess it's 6 stories for the condominiums, correct? So I'm just going to speak, I guess, from the cuff like usual. I'm not a real fan of condominiums, especially in this community. Like I've seen what's happened to, I guess we've used the Bimbrook name over here, but I've seen what's happened to Grimsby, where it's kind of, it scares me, and I'll tell you why. You know, we come in with conceptual site plans of 6 stories, and then when it gets developed, the plan changes, and then all of a sudden we're putting an application in for a 10-story condominium. So these kind of things do scare me, especially accepting them in this stage now. I'm not opposed to low density. You know, obviously we're always looking for areas for seniors to live, but I am reluctant in seeing condominiums start at the 6-story and then an application in the future. Maybe I'm not here at that time or later when this council, who knows how long will be here, and then a new application comes in to change a 6 to a 10 and 10 to a 12, and that'll change the whole kind of landscape of my West Lincoln that I've lived in for 40 years. So again, I'm really reluctant when we have these applications for condominiums. They come in at 6 stories, but we don't know. And again, that's not, you know, you can't predict the future, and I guess we all can't in this room right now, but this is the start what you guys are going with. And what leads me to my other concern, because that was the other application, it goes back to infrastructure. You know, once we have 6-story condominiums, that's another sewer capacities that, you know, that are we going to be able to obtain the sewer capacities for all these, you know, future developments? We're not even close yet to the development, or the infrastructure for this project. I know there's some delays with a regional water main that's supposed to go there and so on and so forth, but again, I know you're having talks, but maybe you can answer a little bit, because I asked the previous application, you know, where are we with infrastructure? Where do you sit with, you know, the infrastructure for this conceptual site plan?
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Madam Chair. I can put your mind at ease a little bit. The staff have done a good job of implementing a secondary plan that controls for maximum 6 stories of height. So, as you can see from today's application, we're not asking for an official plan amendment. We're asking to implement those policies by staff through the secondary plan and approved by this council by way of a zoning bylaw amendment. So if a future landowner of any kind in that secondary plan area wanted to come forward with an official plan amendment to increase that vision, they would have to seek approval from council.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, too, as well. And if council does deny it, they go to the board and then it gets awarded, then where do we stand?
Yeah, and that's the planning process, right? And I think there is an opportunity to...
Because I know, we're just predicting the future here, through you, Madam Chair, to the presenter. We know how that goes. We can, and I know this community, we will deny it, and I know it's gonna be fought at the board and it'll be approved.
We
So
may deny.
We may deny
we
it at that
won't do
time. I just
anything.
know, I don't know what the future holds. We may deny that, but at this point, I know what this is, but a future higher building could, you know. But you
Yes.
make some good points. It's a good
through-
conversation.
And through you, Madam Chair, I think you also have to find, I can't speak for all planners everywhere, but you have to find a planner that can support that's appropriate. And on this site-specific instance, we believe that 6 stories is appropriate to provide, a gateway node to the town from the western edge, and to transition from that through the townhouses and then onto the neighboring development to the east through Mars. So that's what we believe is appropriate. That's what staff believe is appropriate, and we're implementing that. Your second question was about servicing.
Correct.
We're meeting with staff and the region tomorrow to work towards perhaps a modified proposal to what we've presented here in terms of some more supportable outflows and pipe sizings and all these details that we're going to have more information on for our resubmission, and staff can circle back on that. So there is capacity, and what makes us different from the previous application is we're in their urban area for this development, and a lot of this work has been contemplated. And because of the neighboring Thrive development that has received various levels of approval, it's in a different context. So we can confirm that there is adequate servicing available.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for answering those questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm looking for anyone who has additional comments, questions. Well, I really wasn't, but.
I will. If you
Go
would.
ahead, Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't even know if it's much of a question, but I will say this. I'm actually surprised there's not more people in the gallery for this particular item, considering the location of it. And so, I guess I got a question maybe to you, the clerk. I know there's a mention at the beginning of the area that's been informed, the 120 meters and all that stuff. But is there any way we can verify that they actually been informed? Because I heard more concerns regarding the last one. This one I've heard zero. To be honest, I haven't heard other than what we know, in general conversation. So maybe I'm sure the mayor's probably heard from a couple of people. But I'm just saying with this particular thing, I'm actually surprised we're not getting more public feedback.
It's really, it's got developers all around it and development land, as well as the Catholic School Board across the street.
So this is coming just shy of some of those.
You wouldn't really have anybody. I can go to the clerk.
Yeah, if we could just go to the clerk to verify this. Even though those ones I'm looking here, and you got, Streamside, you got Gateway, and they're probably just falling just off the skirt of where that. So anyways, I'll let you speak.
Through the chair to Councillor Riley, I know there's been a lot of talk of crystal balls and predicting. I can't really speak to why certain people, even outside of the area affected, even for the other application I know had spoken to it, just seeing development in the area wanting to speak. I can't really speak necessarily to why individuals outside of it wouldn't speak to it. It's if you're in tune with certain things. We always put out mail outs and encourage people to subscribe to certain things, but I could go to Garrett on that because I know we use a certain software that allows us to capture people in certain radiuses that we have brought up for discussion in the past, so perhaps Garrett has some more insight on that.
I think he's ready for you.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Riley. So the circulation is 120 meters for mailing out. And I think on this one, there was only about, I think it was under 10, just because of the large landowners, Mars, the Greeks. Yeah. And then the school is right south of it. So the school is actually about 120 meters. I'm just checking out here on the map, about 120 meters deep. So probably many of the residents on Gateway, Streamside, they wouldn't have got notice. But we do post everything on the website, and they're required to put a sign on the property as well to try to capture anyone else. But this is pretty typical for what we've seen for public interest in the Northwest Quadrant. For Mars, we didn't get a lot of feedback. Peter Budd and the Dunlow developments, and I think it's just the nature of they're a little bit more removed as opposed to Lockbridge. I think we probably sent out almost 300 paper notices for Lockbridge, so.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate the information. I just want to make sure that, if it went through a Canada Post or however you're sending it out, it actually got to the residents, because again, this one starts off with coming to the community and bam, you're gonna have potentially two 6-story buildings. I'm just surprised, and I haven't heard from more people. To me, I feel like not a lot of people are informed, and we're gonna find out after the fact they were not aware, and they're gonna be quite upset. So those are my concerns, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think, were there any other questions? Seeing none, then I will confine the discussion to table, and I just have a few questions. I noticed on the last slide that was up that the 2 apartment buildings, sorry, the one with the 2 apartment buildings, there it is, have a linkage between them. And is that some sort of a connectivity between the 2 buildings?
Madam Chair, yes, it is. It's really hard to see on your plan. It is proposed to have a possible connection from the street through to the development.
I see that.
I don't know if it's been decided at this time whether that's publicly available open space or if it's strictly for the residents of the buildings. I don't know if that part of it has been decided, but there's a connection opportunity there. And perhaps it could also serve as amenity when we get to detailed planning stages.
I guess it made me think, and I just wondered whether there had been any discussions with assisted living or long-term care in the buildings, which would limit the number of cars that would have to be in the underground, or if this would be some sort of a living for more seniors who were looking for additional help. So you're saying that it will be a condo, but there could be individual units that are owned by people and still provided with care of some sort. And it made me think that the two buildings would be a partnered place for that kind of living. Has that been contemplated by the owners at all, to your knowledge?
To my, through you, Madam Chair, to my knowledge is that has not been a conversation that has been had. At this stage, we are rezoning the land and creating the blocks. So it doesn't necessarily mean that our owner will be the one that actually builds it. So there is an opportunity, I will take that back, and there is possibly an opportunity that someone at a later date might contemplate a use like that. But that would require possibly other approvals.
Okay, the reason I was asking that also is because this unit all by itself, this standalone land plan, does not really have a lot of amenity areas or a park of any sort. And I hear that you're sure that there will be sufficient servicing for this unit. And I know that Mars is looking at a solution for their lands and negotiating with the region about some the way they'll deal with the servicing for theirs. But it could take some time for that, pardon me, roundabout, that bulb to actually get built out and or access to sufficient or better amenities if those were populated by younger, and they may be 1 bedroom, but still people who want to go to the park and do Tai Chi or something like that. Well, actually, that could happen with older adults too. But I mean, there's no place really in this whole thing to say that your park area, and this is going to lead me to my next question, that your park area is really self-sufficient within this. You're relying between Mars and yourselves. Am I correct?
I don't believe that we're relying on Mars for any of our amenity. That will be self-contained.
But your amenity area includes the karst area, which you're willing to give to the town. Thank you very much. I think that means that if it's going to be natural, we get it and we do it. And if it's not a park that you would be building.
Yes, to clarify, that is not a park in the tradition, in the sense of people
it's
walking
passive.
through it and whatnot. It's for restoration and for preservation purposes. But there are other opportunities on the site for proposed amenity area. And again, it's really hard to see on this conceptual site plan, but when you look at the landscape plan, you can see some areas we've carved out as potential amenity.
Well, you did say Block 6, which I couldn't find, but that would be the park.
Block 6.
I found 5. I just couldn't find 6.
I'm sorry about that.
Or maybe it is 6.
So block 5, if you can see here, this is block 6 here.
Oh,
so
that's block 6.
It's
I see, that's a very huge park. No wonder I missed it.
We're connecting to this trail from
Yes.
the east, and it sort of dead ends here because of the block planning
Right.
process that's required for over here. But we're contemplating, this is just a mini portion of that parkland to separate it from the trail.
So more of a parkette
Yeah.
in this area, which means that the park, more suitable park would be over in the Mars. I mean, in a block plan, it would mean that everyone's depending on a larger park somewhere else and contributing through development charges back and forth, fees paid between developers, et cetera.
I can take that back. I know that in our connectivity plan, a lot of emphasis has been put on connecting to this system up to the north and then east. But I can take back any opportunities to
I am
contribute.
troubled, as you probably heard. I was very clear about my concern about parks, self-sustaining. I understand that you have a karst feature that is wonderful, and people will probably come from all over Ontario to look at it, not to the amusement of the people who are going to live there or the people in the apartments and to the people who have no parking. But if we want to show environmental features, that's wonderful. And certainly that's what the natural heritage system throughout Ontario was supposed to do, as well as linking flora and fauna to a natural heritage system. But I want to know what you're giving to these people, given that we're not really having exception. It's not going to be bus tours, I pray to God, because that'll further excite these people. But if no one is here, and I think that you are lucky because you haven't built the people who are going to be your objectors. You're the first guys on the block, and that's lovely. So nobody's objecting because they don't live there yet. So I worry about what is going to happen as the rest of it gets built out. And as we have this lovely karst feature, how will we allow people to come and see it if it's going to be restored and available for people to look at?
Thank you for your question. I think it's a great one. I want to point to two things. Number one being the work that has already been done to envision how this entire secondary plan area plays out. And yeah, there's, destination parks, there's parkettes, there's all sorts of different types of parks. So the vision, I suppose, that we're implementing is this tiny little piece here. I wanted to point to that. The other thing I want to point to is dedicating this block to the municipality and having this component be a future development block subject to future plans.
I noticed that.
Perhaps there's an opportunity there for some additional connection.
Because I also noticed that parkhead is right beside what will be a street, which is very busy. So if that's the only place to play and Johnny's ball goes out in the street, poof, it's not exactly the greatest place to put one.
And I can't speak to what this land might be best served as. That process will determine that. Whether it's commercial or additional residential or further amenity or restorative areas. I think that can be contemplated at a future application stage when that block plan gets completed for the west.
Understood.
Yeah.
I wanted to make my comments very well known about the karst feature is a lovely thing. It's there. You knew it was there. You've now researched it sufficiently to say it should be an amenity that is saved, and certainly conservation area would like it saved. So it's not in question for whether it will have houses, but I just want to know that there will be a place for parks for little Johnny and Jenny to play in there. And that, to me, if you were telling me that this was an entire block of seniors living that was going to have, age in place with everything from independent living to long-term care, I would have a different view, and I wouldn't worry as much about the parking. But at this point in time, it sounds to me like it will be a family involved. Families will be living there, and they will expect to have the amenities they need. And I'm worried that Mars may not come along for a bit longer than you people. So I presume that since you have great engineers and all the rest working with you, that the karst being so close will not have you coming back telling us that you can't do underground parking in 6 months. You've examined that, and there's sufficient depth available to you. We had a bit of a problem with a pumping station disaster a while ago, so I just want to make sure you've done that. And having you nod was sufficient for me to understand that you have looked at it. So, I do have, the other concern I have is listening to the reports and reading the reports that I have of late. It is Toronto, and there is one it is in Hamilton, where condos are really in a bit of a slump because those that have been purchased have been done to they've been bought by someone and offered for rent. But with the tightening of the rent control legislation, people are not renting them now, and there is a bit of a problem going on with people walking away from their deposits and developers actually suing the people who've put their money forward. So I guess that's part of your marketing campaign, and you'll look at that, and then you'll come back and tell us whether or not the market will accept these. So I say that we're a bit away. There's some comments and some expectations for the further research that you do that I would love to hear before we're hearing a recommendation report on how this is going to build out. One of them certainly the park. How are the apartments or condos going to be built, and whether or not there are specific needs that you would want to address in our community. I'm not saying any of it is wrong. We do need seniors apartments, but we also need advanced and continuous care too. So I'd like to hear all of your thoughts through before we go too much further down the line, if we could.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much for your comments. Let me try to remember them all.
I have them here if you need them.
Oh, good. And we will provide, obviously, through staff, a fulsome response to every comment. I want to address the park block. In the previous submission, you noted about parks being in phase one.
Yes.
I actually checked our phasing plan, and it's in phase one.
That's great. If you could just make it a little bigger or someplace else,
yeah,
I'd be a lot happier.
It's a great point, so thank you for bringing that up. So there's that component of it. I need to check the permissions of the open space zone. I believe that some passive recreational opportunities may be permitted, but it's my understanding that the intent and obviously working with NPCA as well is that is not a no-touch zone. So,
I understand.
Right. That being said, your comment around where are these people going to play, how are they going to interact with that space, safety, I've noted down here, those are all very important. So I'll take that back and get you the answers. In terms of the underground and whether or not we're going to start digging and find, I have not been under the ground, but what I can do is say that we did a car study that took quite a bit of time, and the opinion was to provide a 50-meter buffer as a extra level of protection. That's the standard to protect for that against the karst feature, as well as geotechnical studies have been completed as well to provide security in that. So I think that those were all the questions.
I think you've touched on them. I think there's a little bit more that I'd love to hear, because I'd love to hear that your buffer area, perhaps from the karst, is available to be played on. It's like kind of having close to a railway track. You can park cars, but you can't build a building within so many feet in case the train falls off the tracks. So, there's probably opportunities for you to blend a better located park closer to the amenity of the karst, so that you're using the buffer and still giving people a place that's not adjacent to a main road at the top of this particular sub area.
Okay.
So your application was thorough. Thank you very much for it, but I think we'd love to work with you to get it just the way we want it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Seeing no other comments or questions or concerns, I am going to advise that with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, the meeting be concluded at 9:26. Thank you very much. I hope no one here is for number 4. I know. Break and just for some technical issues, and we'll be right back. committee meeting, which has a couple more items, and then we'll move on to operations. So I'd ask everybody to get back into their seats if they want to be here for the other two public meetings, and I would ask anyone out in the hallway to come back in. Yes, and so we can start the proceedings. So we, Bruce? I think we're back live, ladies and gentlemen who are out in cyberspace and anyone here in the council chamber. We are proceeding with our meeting. We are still in the public meetings, and the public meeting we are on right now is a public meeting to be held in accordance with the Municipal Act SO 2001, Chapter 25, and the Township of West Lincoln's procedural bylaw and the street naming policy, being policy number POL-PD-01-11 for the street naming of Station Meadows West subdivision, being Street A, Skipton Street, being offered Street B, Chester Street, Street C, Emma's Place, Street D, Mary Street, Street E, Elizabeth Street, and Street F, Petersfield Drive. The Township of West Lincoln's procedural bylaw states that any matter pertaining to the naming of a highway and/or a private road in a plan of subdivision or plan of condominium for which notice is required to be given, notice shall be published at least once, the date of the publication being at least 7 days prior to the council or committee meeting indicated in the notice. Mr. Clerk, will you please advise of the method and dates by which this notice was given?
Proper notice was circulated to applicable agencies and advertised on the township's website, as well as advertised in local newspapers on February 25th, 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Ms. Smythe, I understand that you will explain the proposed street naming for us.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Committee and council, I'll try to keep this very brief, and any members of the public who is in attendance. I'm here to present that information report on the proposed street naming of Station Meadows West subdivision. This development is owned by P. Budd Developments and is located within the Northwest Quadrant Secondary Plan area, east of the South Grimsby Road 5, north of the CP-CK rail line, and west of the existing Station Meadows subdivision. The development received approval by committee and council of the zoning bylaw and draft plan of subdivision on May 26, 2021, for 412 residential dwelling units in the form of single detached townhouses, back-to-back townhouse, stacked back-to-back, and apartment dwellings with parkland and linear trail. Extension of the draft plan approval of the subdivision is until January 16, 2025. And there are some outstanding draft plan conditions that are yet to be completed. One of these conditions of the subdivision approval is the naming of the public streets. 6 public streets are to be named for this development, as noted by Madam Chair. According to the street naming policy, the public meeting must be held with the passing of a bylaw to the satisfaction of the township, of which at least 50% of the street names within the development shall be taken from the approved list. The owner requested the 6 names, although none of them were selected from the township's approved reserve list, and therefore staff suggested 3 streets to be replaced that do meet the policy requirements and that do not have any potential emergency response issues due to their similar names to the neighboring municipalities. So staff proposed Kennedy Street, Meredith Street, and Evans Street to replace Elizabeth, Mary, and Emma's Place. And these names are found on the township's approved street name list. So if approved, these street names will clear the draft plan condition number 14 of the draft conditions approval that is found in the report. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone here representing the applicant wishing to speak to the issue of these street names?
Madam Chair, I don't believe there is, no.
That's fine. We'll move along. Thank you very much for that. anyone here in the audience or on Zoom that wishes to present a submission, oral or written, regarding these street names. And this is something that this is a public meeting, and it is being held with respect to this application. Therefore, members of the public that are in attendance and would like to make comments and/or provide written comments should do so now. This is the only chance you'll get to make any comment regarding the street names that have been amended by our staff as we go forward. Those people on Zoom have two ways to draw our attention to their need to question. That would be option one, using a computer or smartphone to select raise your hand control that can be found on the Zoom options list displayed on your screen, and option two, using a landline or telephone, dial *9, which will then notify our staff that you have raised your hand. I'm seeing no one from the public that wishes to address this. I turn now to confine this to table. Members of committee, has anyone got any question, concerns, or comment, knowing this is probably the final time we'll be able to address the amended street naming that are being proposed? I will start with Councillor Rayner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find this a little bit like the vending machine renewals that we have here. The question has been brought up, do we really have to bring this to council, or can their decisions be made outside of council? And we have agreed on a selected number of names, and maybe we should review that and add a few more if we have to. But I'm thinking that this would be much more simplistic if we just give whoever it is the list and say this is a list, because as our senior planner said, 3 of these had to be changed because of things that felt they should be changed. So if we've got a list that's already been pre-checked and pre-approved, and it's relatively simple, then just give them the list, say these have already been pre-approved by council, there's no sense bringing it here, there's no sense for a public meeting. Much the same as we were talking about the vendors, well, let staff deal with it, let's not bring it here, and let's keep it simple.
Councillor Rayner, thank you very much, and I think in pre-agenda we spoke with staff and they recommended that they would enhance, embellish, and for the end of summer have an enhanced name, applicable approved names that they would bring to council. And if we approved all of the names, that would be suitable to have approval for all of those names. It wouldn't need to come back to a public meeting. So we would do that whole enhancement prior to the end of this year. And at the moment, though, we do not have such an animal, so we've brought them here. And the ones that needed to be changed because of conflict have been put forward with names that are similar. And I'm sorry if I'm taking the words out of your mouth, but I'm trying to get this done as efficiently as I can. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, fine, as long as we're on track to
Okay.
make this more efficient, I'm all for it.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that has a comment or question? Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, through to you, I just with that comment there, as far as what's going to come back with staff, would that also be the appropriate time to possibly amend the current policy, which identifies half the names have to come from the list and half the names can be wherever? Because I would like to see that policy get changed to at least 3/4. So would that be the appropriate time to deal with that?
I think you've made that comment, and that might be something staff will take into
Okay.
account. And certainly then there's also the other thing about historical names being embedded.
Correct.
And names of veterans, et cetera. So all of that will be considered as they enhance the list.
Perfect. I just like to prioritize the list more, so.
Okay, so I think our staff have heard that, but for the names before us tonight, the 6, and I do apologize, I lost my page on my computer, but the 3 names would be Skipton, Chester, and Emma's Place. No, Petersfield Drive, and the other 3, Ms. Smythe, what are they? They're Marion. Oh, there you go, the mayor knows them. Yes?
Hello?
Yes?
Okay, sorry. Yes, so the street names would be Skipton Street.
Skipton.
Yep. Chester Road. And it would be...
Petersfield Drive.
Correct. So Kennedy Street is replacing, oh, you know what, I'm going to just use this, sorry.
Sure, you go ahead.
Petersfield Drive, Skipton Street, Kennedy Street, Meredith Street, Evans Place, and Chester Road.
Thank you. That is the staff recommendation, taking 3 from the existing list and 3 that were modified because we had to eliminate them, the originals, because of neighboring municipalities already having them. So, is there anyone wishing to make comment? Well, then I say, in that case, please be advised that an information report is being considered by the Planning Committee this evening, and the recommendation report will be forthcoming to the future Planning Committee and/or Council. Everyone is invited to stay in attendance to hear the committee's comments and/or recommendations with respect to the application, which will take place shortly following the conclusion of this meeting. Those who wish to be advised of any subsequent meetings and/or decisions on this matter may email the town clerk, Justin Paylove, at jpaylove@westlincoln.ca. I call this meeting complete and concluded at the hour of 9:58. Our fourth public meeting this evening is a public meeting to be held in accordance with the Municipal Act, SO 2001, Chapter 25, the Township Procedural Bylaw, and the Township of West Lincoln Site Alteration Bylaw to consider a request for a site alteration permit for 2,200 cubic meters, that's 220 truckloads of fill, to finalize grading around a new dwelling. The dwelling is at 1664 Abington Road, file number 3000-005-24, applied by David Castellan and Megan Griffiths. The purpose of the public meeting is to receive comments and answer questions from the public regarding the site alteration application. At this point, no decision has been made on the application, and any comments received will be taken into account by the Growth and Sustainability Committee in their consideration. Mr. Clerk, will you please advise of the method and dates by which this notice was given to the public, please?
Proper notice was given by way of email circulation to agencies and mail circulation to all residents within 120 meters of the subject property on March 13th, 2025. Public notice was also posted on the Township website and the Township Administration Building on March 13th, 2025.
Thank you. I understand that our Chief Building Official, Mr. Agro, will explain the purpose and reason for this site alteration application. Thank you for staying with us all this time, Mr. Agro. It's your time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through Madam Chair, an overview of the application. An application for a site alteration permit has been submitted by David Castellan, owner of the property at 1664 Abingdon Road. The owner of 1664 Abingdon Road is in the process of constructing a new dwelling on the property and are requesting a site alteration permit to import additional fill to the property. The estimated volume of the fill to be imported is 2,200 cubic meters, which is 220 loads of topsoil, to grade the property to the approved grading plan and to cover the single-family dwelling structure as per approved plans. Under the Township's site alteration bylaw, site alteration in excess of 1,000 cubic meters requires a public meeting and council approval. A previous site alteration was approved by the director in 2023 for less than 1,000 cubic meters. However, that was not sufficient to grade the property. Submitted with the application is a grading plan, truck haul route, a $5,000 security deposit, and a soils report. That's it for now.
Thank you, Mr. Agro. Is the applicant here wishing to speak to the item? Sir, I would imagine you're David Castellan.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you'll please state your name for the record, so.
My name is David Castellan, property owner at 1664 Abingdon Road.
Thank you.
Approximately 2 years ago, me and my partner went on the journey to build our own home. We decided to build something more sustainable, ecological, not really the norm. It's an underground house. We went through the process, got all the engineering approved, and at this stage, we just need this extra topsoil to grade out the property and to complete our building permit. I don't know.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Are there any oral or written submissions from anyone present in the meeting, either in person or on Zoom, regarding the proposed site alteration application. I stress again that this may be the only public meeting held with respect to this application. If you're attending virtually and would like to provide comments, you can do so in one of two ways. Option 1 is using a computer or smartphone. Select raise your hand control that can be found on the Zoom options list displayed on your screen. And option 2, using a landline or telephone, dial *9. That will notify our staff that you have raised your hand. Once you've been acknowledged to speak, please unmute your microphone, and prior to speaking, provide your name for the record. Kevin, is there anyone out there that wants to, that would
Not
like
seeing
to?
any, Madam Chair.
Thank you. But there's a gentleman at the back that would like to come forward. Please come forward. If I could ask you to give him the seat. Can you please come forward, state your name, and provide us with your comments?
Yes, it's Zach Tews from 1670 Abingdon Road. So I am the adjacent property to 1664 in fronting on the roadway. My original concerns reading the minor variance report was that the bylaw states that that a meeting like this must be held if over 1,000 cubic yards or meters are brought in. Last year, we had probably close to 800 to 1,000 trucks on our road. It caused an incredible amount of congestion and danger for children crossing the road. It also created a lot of blind spots, covered our road in a substantial amount of dirt, and that dirt made it onto our driveway. I had to sweep the driveway about every other day. There was substantial damage to the front of my property when the trucks were originally trying to back up the lot. They got lazy by halfway through the day. They started to pull forward, cutting the corner. They ended up knocking over my mailbox. I had a mailbox lying on the ground for about a month. I will note that the applicant has since fixed the mailbox, but the corner of my property has been destroyed. Significant dust clouds came through from the dumping of the dust. It's understandable when you're building a house to have to dig a hole to move some dirt. I put a pool in, but it's not understandable to be dumping truckload after truckload after truckload after truckload on windy days. I had to get my furnace filters cleaned multiple times. I had to service my air conditioner multiple times. It's not just a simple concern, but also one of financial hardship. There's been a successive amount of costs associated with cleaning and servicing and mechanical equipment. The dust clouds, we actually ended up not going outside of our house on multiple different occasions. Since that time, and I know my neighbors will contest to this as well, we've had significant flooding on our property. I don't know what degree of engineering was conducted. I know when builders, for the previous two builders were in here, you guys would always generally require some kind of engineering grading survey to ensure that water is taken away from the property appropriately. My septic bed is located on the far left corner, closest to the adjacent property. That septic bed has since been flooding. When my septic bed floods, it pushes the gases from the septic system back up and into the house. We've had to vacate our house for 4, 5, 6 hours at a time during heavy rains. If you look at where, just on the other side of the fence, originally there was a swale that was at the other side of the fence. Because of developing the roadway for the trucks to go down, it has compressed it so much that the water will actually build up in that swale and overflow. My fence on the far left side has started to lean all the way down due to the compression of the soil and the oversaturation. That fence, by today's standards, is about $120 a linear foot, valued at probably over $18,000 to $20,000. So, and that fence has probably just lost a good 10 years of its lifespan. All these considerations, I just wanted to be made, if we're gonna have this kind of trucks coming in, to be made to address the financial hardship of the neighbors, as well as I had significant concerns that I'm sitting here today over 220 truckloads. I called bylaw last year, I called the city last year, I reported at least 4 or 5 concerns with how I couldn't even pull into my driveway for sometimes 20 minutes at a time because the trucks were backed up, almost 10 trucks down our street. Those trucks were just pulling up, pulling up, pulling up. My wife and I watched for, I think it was 18 days straight, how many truckloads went up and down that driveway. If you're telling me that we needed to have a meeting for 1,000 cubic feet, well then this meeting should have been had back in 2023, and my serious concern is that it wasn't had. And now there's a substantial change to the grading of the rear property, which has caused a substantial impact to my property, including all the pre-mentioned issues, and I don't know if anything's being done about it.
Thank you very much for your comments. And don't go away, we may have questions. But At this point, we're using public comment, and then council will have some questions perhaps, so don't leave.
Okay.
Anyone else wishing to speak to this issue? Please come forward, state your name, and likely your address so that we know how close you are.
My name's Wayne King. I'm at 1676 Abingdon Road. My backyard backs onto the property in question. He addressed most of what I was coming up for. The questions I was going to ask, if the trucking routes can be changed where they come from the south of Abingdon rather than the north, because they're coming off Silver, and like Zach said, they're blocking the traffic, so we're having people come off Silver that's flying and then realizing they got to dart around trucks, and we've got Abingdon is used for guys that like to race their cars, so they come this way. So we have a really bad problem with safety with people and with the neighbors, especially our driveways. The trucks are right there, and I have two first-year drivers that if these trucks are there, we have to pull out in front of traffic before we can get around, and that's a big concern. So that's why I was going to see if there's any way. I don't know the trucking routes they're allowed to take, but whether they can come from the other direction, but that would put them down the road where the Avenue Park is. That would keep them away from the neighbors and maybe keep some of the dust down and some of the traffic down where people can actually see the trucks. And maybe even they should have like flagmen on either end so they can have some kind of traffic, because these guys go all over the place. There's nobody watching them. They're backing up, they're pulling ahead, and it's very unsafe for anybody driving down that road. So that's kind of our concerns. But Zach, basically the rest of the dust, I mean, you're cleaning your pool every day. The dust is just incredible, and they're going from Monday to Saturday, from early morning, like 7 o'clock in the morning, until late at night. And Saturday, you wake up to the friggin' noise of the trucks coming down, and it's like you try to go outside, you can't go in your backyard, because every time they dump the trucks, the dust is just like crazy. So the other thing we were gonna try and see if we can suggest, rather than do it in the middle of summer, when we like to keep your windows open and stuff, if they can do it maybe in the fall or later in the season, when, you know, our windows are already closed and we don't have to worry about it, because we also have air purifiers that are in our house that sucks fresh air from outside into our house. So we got to shut all that down, because every time the trucks come and the dust goes, we suck that into our house, and then you're changing filters every week because they're just filthy. That's the biggest thing. So that's basically our concerns, and it's the biggest ones is safety, because the trucks it's out of hand when you come around there. You can't get in your driveways. People are trying to go around them. It's just chaos with the amount of trucks and they're doubling what they did last time apparently with the cubic meters you're talking about now, because there was way more, I believe, than 1,000 cubic meters that came to that house, because they were taking the clay and they were bringing back topsoil back and forth the whole time. So. And it went on straight for, I think, 3 to 4 weeks of straight trucks every single day. So, but that's our concern.
Sorry, did you just say that, I don't mean to take you away from where your thoughts were,
yeah.
But I want to understand. You're saying that they were taking away, they were digging
Yeah, they were
clay
taking away
and then
dirt.
bringing, I see.
And then they were taking away clay. Because what we got explained to us is they were taking away the clay because a builder needed it for foundations, and they were bringing topsoil back to the property. And then they were bulldozing it and grading it as it was going back and forth, back and forth. That's what we were told anyway, so. But that's our concerns, so, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to address this issue?
Hi, my name's Gord Robertson, 1687 Abingdon Road. I'm right across the street. My main concern is I'm echoing my neighbors. It's the amount of dirt. I don't have central air. I don't believe in central air, so I'm forced to close my windows there most of the summer. And I'm looking at the letter. If that was only 50 trucks, and that they told us in the last letter, and they want to go to 220, this is going to take them 6 months to get all that damn dirt in there. Like, it's a heck of an inconvenience. Abingdon Road is already falling apart there. We have all these 53-foot transverse trucks running up and down the road. You guys are there every other week rebuilding that corner by the stop sign, because I live on that corner. You're there every other week rebuilding that corner, and now you want to put 220 trucks up and down that road? That road's going to fall apart, my opinion.
Thank you. Is there anyone out on Zoom, Kevin, before I...
Not seeing any, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else here wishing to address this committee? Okay. We've gone through that. So, seeing no others, I would confine this to table, and I ask members of committee if you have any oral or written proposals on this subject that you would like to put forward. Please note, just like with the public, this is the time where comments should be made now in advance of a future recommendation report. I saw Councillor Rayner first, so I'll start with him, and I'll give everyone a chance for our first round. Yes, Councillor Rayner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if this should go to our chief building official or to a director of Public Works, but is there some staff members that can monitor this? And we have some kind of standard that what is livable, what is acceptable, what is tolerant, what is reasonable, and have that kind of on a controlled basis. So maybe there isn't 10 trucks backing up because we're only allowed so many trucks an hour that can show up at this site, or what direction they can come, or something from the township that can alleviate, 1, the dust, 2, the congestion, and 3, the safety factors that have been apparent here. We're lucky we don't have an accident on this road. I'm just wondering if there's anybody from staff that can answer that question, please.
I will look.
Through the chair to Councillor Rayner, I'll have to, I don't know if I have an answer for you tonight, but I'll have to talk to Ben and see what can be done. Normally, the site alteration permits are issued from the Growth and Sustainability Department. I'm not sure what the conditions are in those site alteration permits, so maybe give me an opportunity to review those conditions and see what we could add to it to alleviate the concerns that we're hearing tonight. That would be my suggestion.
Okay. Councilor Mayor, okay. Mayor Ganand, do you have a question, concern, or comment?
I do, thank you. I just have a question also to Director DePaula. I'm just wondering about the corner that was referred to as being repaired often. Is that something the township is doing, Director? Or is that a presumption that that's happening, or are we actually regularly out there having to do some repair work to that corner?
You're out there regularly.
Well, let the director tell us, but thank you.
Yeah.
It was your question that I was trying to get more information about.
Through the chair to Mayor Ganand, I'm going to have to look into that. I just don't know what we're doing out there right now. I should know, but unfortunately, I don't know our day-to-day operations. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, so I would say through you, Madam Chair, that's something that we would need to know in terms of what input we've already had to have financially into the situation before it comes back as a report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I guess through you to our Director of Growth and Sustainability. So the proposal here has them going down Silver Street there. I know someone had mentioned the inquiry regarding if we can reroute them. I guess what I want to know is, how do we police this? I mean, like, this is such an interesting scenario, and I'll start by, to the couple that put that out there, like, it's very innovative approach to housing, and I applaud your efforts in addressing that. But we have a really interesting dilemma that we have some people who are trying their best to make their home sustainable, but we also have a situation that is creating, some economic harm, unintentional, I'm sure, and they've had a little bit of, what do you call it? Loss of enjoyment of property, and so I'm just kind of wondering, like, how do we find a happy medium here? And so I'm just wondering, how does this get policed to ensure it's only 220 if that is what's supported, and 2, how do we ensure that this doesn't just become like an annual thing?
Through the chair to Councillor Riley, I think this has been a problem on previous site alteration requests, and I think part of that was a result of maybe not exactly following what the site alteration bylaw, how it guided staff and how to carry these out. There are a lot of mechanisms in the site alteration bylaw that actually require the applicant to provide the township staff with regular reporting and updates. So if they're hauling in a certain amount of loads per week, they're actually supposed to report that to staff. I don't know if that was being followed up. Of course, these kinds of things take staff time. However, reviewing the site alteration bylaw with the CBO, as well as on a previous application, I think there's some issues that came up with the condition of the road. So Director DePaula and I also talked about the need for looking at doing like a pre-condition survey of the road so we can understand if there is damage to it from the trucks. All of that together, we're trying to work out a better plan with the resources we have to better keep on top of these. It's also important to note that site alteration is under our administrative monetary penalty system. So if there are complaints and we find that the site alteration agreement, if approved, is not being abided by, so if there's mud on the roads, they're not cleaning up, there's too many truckloads coming in, they're not properly reporting, there could be I think it's a $300 a day per owner penalty that's applied to the property for non-compliance to the site alteration bylaw. In addition, potential forfeiture of security deposits. So that's another thing that we're looking at is also ensuring that we've got enough security to ensure that the works are done to our satisfaction. And a part of that's also asking for an as-constructed plan, an as-constructed grading plan to ensure that what is being proposed in front of council this evening with the grading plan matches what the site will be like after the grading's done. So it's a bit of a combined effort across multiple departments as well to make best use of the resources we have. Unfortunately, I don't think staff are there where we could be there monitoring the situation every day and counting trucks. Maybe that could be something down the road, but that would have to be recovered through the site alteration fee. So.
Okay, and then lastly, I certainly hope when you get a chance to do your report there, that, there's obviously, dust control that's considered in there, as well as a little bit, digger deep into the drainage issue, because, sometimes, the intention's pure and some things happen unintentionally, but if there is an issue, we certainly need that addressed, because drainage, we don't want to be seeing people get flooded out, or they're having gases that are going in the house causing harm, and I'm sure is unintentional, but we'd like to get to the origin of that as well. So that's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Trombetta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the Director. I know this property well. It had brought in some fill. Was everything on compliance when the original fill operation was happening? I know you might not be able to answer all if you were here at the time. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think, through the chair to Councillor Trombetta, I'm definitely not able to answer that. As far as we know, the permit was cleared, like approval was given by the former director. There's no documentation of where that all landed. And until today, too, we were not aware of complaints that were generated from that. So okay. We'll look back into those files. But as far as we knew from the file, that it appeared that everything was done correctly. However, more fill was needed based on the design of this house to cover that house and do some grading around it.
Okay. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Castellan. How do you do, Mr. Castellan? Good, Mr. So this is topsoil to grade the property or to cover the property? I know it's a different design, so a lot of, I'm not familiar with this type of design. I've seen the conceptual drawings, but what's the topsoil supposed to be used for?
Through the chair to Councillor Trombetta. The intent is to cover the structure with topsoil, but also grade the back portion to get drainage away from the property, away from the house.
My take here is, I think both residents and yourself want this done. This has been a long-going process, and I'm hoping that we can find some peace between, I'm quite sure you want some peace, I'm quite sure the residents want some peace and, live in a community that we all love to live in. And I'm hoping we can find something like that. I do feel for some of the residents when they have the trucks, I know truck drivers, I'm in the field of construction, they come, they have one vision in mind and they park and block driveways and, it's frustrating. You're trying to get home and, you're trying to get a truck to move, a triaxle to move, do a three-point turn when guys are lined up in front of them and guys are lined up behind them. It's not going to happen, right? We all know that. I know your driveway. I've seen it many times. I've been down that area. Obviously them lining up and coming off Highway 20, turning right on Abingdon, and then they're lining up and trying to reverse in. That's usually try to get in first, or I don't know if they're driving.
They can get in head first.
Are they going in head first?
They can get in head first, yes.
So
65, not 20, is it? 65 or 20?
No, sorry, it's 20. Yeah, 65, sorry, my mistake. You're correct. Silver Street, sorry, my whole area there. So, yeah, so they're coming in, they're swooping around and then just trying, obviously it's a tight corner.
Ideally, yes.
Ideally, and they're trying to get in there. I'm hoping we can come up with, I hope, like, maybe, I've seen it in construction before, and maybe it will help a schedule to when stuff's coming into the residents in their mailbox or something. At least they know, I feel for them, they want to be outside in the summertime and, enjoy the pool. Nobody wants dust when you got people there. I know how it gets. I got farmers turning fields, right? I understand, I'm hoping that we can come to I'd like to see maybe sort of, maybe a schedule for the residents, something that they can know and they can have their say in. And I know it's, maybe they can have a say in saying, hey, we're coming on this date, we're doing this, and maybe get some feedback from them to kind of work to a proper goal together. I think, again, you want to live in peace, and I know the residents want to live in peace, and I know we both want this project done. So I'm hoping you can maybe do that and, talk to the residents and maybe, like I said, have a, I know you obviously you're doing a project like this, and I know you can come up with a schedule. It's not easy. I know there's forms online, and
I can easily create a schedule.
And maybe talk to the residents and work with them to see what works with them, and maybe we can come to hopefully we can come to a consensus, and and I guess I'm going to follow up with through you, Madam Chair, to the director, if we can obviously monitor it as well, and if there's some sort of communication that they can happen together and something. Go ahead.
I can provide soil flow data for the trucks coming in.
Okay, you can do that too. Okay, so perfect. So that's good. So again, maybe if there's something that, through the director we can kind of help with. I guess my thing is making sure the residents get into their driveways, making sure there's proper time that you can drop in the topsoil, that it's not going to affect their summer, ruin their summer. Summer we only get in this country on a month and a half, so people want to enjoy it, right? So if there's something we can do and you can work with them. It's getting worse. Not like with the weather we're getting now. It's -6, this and that. So people really want to enjoy their summer. It's very short in this. It's getting shorter in this country. It's affecting all of us, right? So, sorry, you wanted to.
I was going to say my schedule right now is the contractor that has the material available for me is looking at mid-May to possibly start.
Okay.
So we're looking at kind of the not hot summer.
Can it, through you, Madam Chair, to the owner? Can we stage it that it's not 100 trucks lined up in the day, but if you can give some communication to our staff and the residents, I think that would be very helpful. So I'd like to see that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bradrick.
I have no further questions, I think, or comments. I really applaud Councillor Trembetta's scheduling, and hopefully there can be some kind of working with your neighbors in order to make this a more successful situation.
Councillor Maychuk.
I am concerned for the neighbors, but I'm just curious, an underground house, just explain it to me, I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with what it is or the purpose or around the sustainability or what are the advantages of building it. If you just could be brief and providing me some insight as to why someone would want to build an underground home.
So because of the shape of the house, sorry, through Councillor to Councillor, because of the shape of the house and the air tightness of the house, it's extremely energy efficient. The way the house is designed with a southern exposure, it's a solar passive house as well. So it really reduces the amount of energy input to achieve a comfortable living space.
Not that this matters. I just wonder if there's anybody else wishing to speak. If not, I have a couple of questions. Not that it matters, but is this an off-the-grid house?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm tied to the grid through gas and hydro.
So I'm just trying to get some understanding of this. How many cubic meters were originally approved to move in on this property? It's 4.5 acres, right?
The original permit that was approved by the director was for under 1,000 cubic meters or under 100 loads.
Okay, so theoretically, if the neighbors are suggesting that there is all of this action and it's been going on, it would sound like there was more than that many loads that came in. Is there a way for us to, there were more trucks, more dirt than what was approved?
In theory, yes. So when I applied for the permit, I was less than 1,000 cubes. I was just bringing in the soil to backfill the house.
Okay.
So I had a working platform. At the time, the contractor approached me saying, hey, we need clay for our site.
Mhm.
And we know the clay in this area is very very dense, it's very good, and it's terrible for growing vegetables. It's terrible for growing trees. So it was an opportunity for me to remove some clay from the property and bring in topsoil to have a looser soil. At the time, I spoke to John Bartol, the building inspector, discussed the operation, discussed if I can do it within the allowable, the site alteration permit. Through discussion with him, he said as long as I did not exceed the 1,000 cubic meters of additional import, so the site wasn't surplus 1,000, it was.
Oh, so you took out this clay, replaced it with topsoil, and then brought in more topsoil, which was your 1,000?
Which was less than 1,000.
Would that be
fair? It was
fair?
about 500, yeah.
Okay, so in other municipalities, something that I called about and got an answer is, normally it would be developers that are doing this kind of amounts of, we have a couple of people who are taking in this earth. And what they do is they require an engineer, they require an engineering person to be on site, whether it's a junior or whatever, and they require tickets to be given to the truck drivers so that there is an accumulation of tickets from the trucks coming in that validate where the earth is coming from, so we know that it's clean and it has no issues, and that it is then taken by the engineering firm that is accrediting the land in its totality as to how many trucks came in, and were they tandems or, I don't know, 18-wheelers or something. And ergo, a third independent party is able to justify, it's an extra cost to somebody who wants to bring it in, but when these kind of decisions are made, rather than pointing fingers after it happens or people being unhappy or concerned, it's something that just other people do to know and reassure everyone that everything's tickety-boo, and then we know how much has come in. And so my concern is that as you look at our bylaw, that we look at how we would allow this quantity of earth on a 4.5-acre site so that neighbors wouldn't be upset and septic systems wouldn't be blocked from appropriate drainage, etc. Or if there were, there'd be an engineer that would say, you can't do this. And up till now, we've been very, perhaps, comfortable with the way it sounds like people in the past have done it, and we may need to do something of that nature to prevent this. In this particular situation, I understand you're coming forward for more cubic meters being brought in, but I don't know that we have any kind of grading plan that says we've exceeded where we're at, or that the grading plan that is in place now is satisfactory to be continued without further jeopardy or danger to the abutting properties. So from where I sit, I would expect that we would require a revised plan for grading, and also something that talks about the drainage overall to the inhabitants and to the abutting landowners before we would suggest that that the area could tolerate that kind of topsoil coming in. I'm not trying to be offensive or issue any kind of rebukes. I'm just saying that it sounds like we're not where we thought we were going to be, and not where the neighbors thought we were going to be, in spite of the dust and damage, etc. That's remediable, but is there any long-term impacts that are going to cause problems with septic systems, etc.? You must have a septic system too.
I will have one, yes.
Oh, okay. I won't ask what you do now.
Well, I don't live there.
Oh, oh, I see. I thought you were living there.
Yeah.
So those would be my concerns, the ones I wish I could see remedy to. as we move forward, just so that you're not going to, you have to live there someday, and you don't want the neighbors telling you that there's issues. And the neighbors want to know that you're their neighbor and they'd like to probably get along with you in the long run. So that's the reason why I asked the questions I did. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Okay. Having seen none, please be advised that the information report is being considered by the committee this evening. Please be advised that once committee and/or council have made the decision with respect to the site alteration application, and if approved by council, a notice of their passing will be circulated. If you wish to be notified by council's decision, please ensure that you email the Township Clerk, Justin Paylove, at jpaylove@westlincoln.ca. Anyone who is interested in observing council and/or committee discussions about a particular bylaw should not solely rely on mailed notices and thus potentially miss the opportunity to attend applicable meetings. It is suggested that you watch the Township's website for the posting of agendas to review items that are to be discussed at council or committee meetings. The agendas for meetings are posted on the Township's website after 4 p.m. on the Friday prior to the meeting. Additionally, meeting schedules are also posted on the Township's website for the public to view. If you wish to receive notices by email, it is suggested that you contact the Township Clerk to advise of your request and include your email address along with your mailing address and your phone number. This public meeting concludes at 10:34. There, that was the gavel. This concludes the public meetings portion of our agenda. There are, at this point, item 7, no changes in order of items on the agenda. There are no appointments. There have been no requests to address items on the agenda. There are no items. There is an item for the consent agenda. No, there is none. It's no votes. That's right. Okay, there are no communications, so we move to staff reports. Item 12.1, GS 15-25. This is a report regarding report PD 16-2025, application for block plan, block 9, 4000-01-24, zoning bylaw amendment, 1601-008-24, draft plan of subdivision 2000-93-24, Lockbridge Developments, Inc., Tech Corporation, and the trustee for Judy Hendler. The motion is that information report PD 16-2025 titled Application for Block Plan Area 9 4000-01-24 Zoning Bylaw Amendment 1601-008-24 and Draft Plan of Subdivision 2000-93-24 Lockbridge Developments, Inc., Tech Corporation, the trustee for Judy Hendler, dated April 14th, be received. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that? Mayor McGann, Councillor Maychuk. We're not working, right? This is by hand? Okay, no, it's working? No, I know, but I just wonder where we're going. Question? It's your word? Okay, so questions on that item from anyone on council? Seeing none. Apparently the vote will work online, so that vote should be coming up for you, and it does. I don't see the vote. Oh, there it is. That vote is carried. Item GS 16-25. This is an information report regarding Elite Smithville developments. The motion for that is that information report PD 14-2025 titled Elite Developments, Inc., Draft Plan of Subdivision and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, Files Number 1601-009-24, ZBA 2000-94-24, DPOS, dated April 14th, be received. I need a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Bradrick and Councillor Riley. We're waiting for that vote to be, we have Councillor Bradrick and Councillor Riley. Did you get that? Okay, sorry. That vote is carried. We have item number GS 17-25, an information report with proposed street namings. The motion for that is that information report PD 13-2025 titled Proposed Street Naming for Station Meadows West Subdivision, file number 2000-89-19, dated April 14th, be received. I need a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Maychuk, Councillor Riley. I know who you mean. This is one of Councillor Rayner's conflicts, and he has declared that earlier on and will not be participating in the vote. Can you please put the vote up? That vote carries. Item GS 18-25 is an information report regarding site alteration permit 1664 for Abington Road. The motion for that is that for the information report building BLDG-05-2025 titled Site Alteration Permit 1664 Abington Road, dated April 14th, 2025, be received. Councillor Riley, Councillor Trombetta, first hand went up. Comments, questions, concerns on this item? That being the case, that motion is passed. Now, item GS 19-25, this is regarding the site alteration application at 311 Grassy Road. This is that the recommendation report PD 15-2025 regarding site alteration application 3118 Grassy Road, file number 3000-005-24, dated April 14th, 2025, be received, and that the application for site alteration to import additional fill material be denied, and 3, that council permit the additional 119 loads of material that has already been imported to the property, subject to the applicants entering into a site alteration agreement within 10 business days of council's decision, and that such an agreement with the township will provide a new grading and drainage plan, establish sediment and erosion controls, $10,000 performance security, and the balance of the site alteration fee to the satisfaction of the township, and that council pass a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to sign and enter into a site alteration agreement with the owners as found in Schedule E. I need a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Bradrick? Councillor Trombetta? Thank you. I didn't want to tease that out of you. Put that motion before. Councillor Rayner declares his, or confirms his already declared conflict on this item as well, as he was away at the time of this public meeting. Mr. Clerk, if you could put that vote before us. I'm sorry, I thought I did that. Before we take this vote, is there anyone having questions regarding this item? Councillor Bradrick.
Thank you. I will be brief through you, Chair, to the Director. I have a question in regards to the compliance of the property owner since the last situation where we stopped any loads coming onto the property.
Through the Chair to Councillor Bradrick, we have received no reported concerns about any additional trucks coming to the property, and in addition to that, our Chief Building Official, and Building Inspector, and Septic Inspector have all gone to the property multiple times for inspections of the house, and also noted that no additional fill has been brought to the property.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
I'm sorry, Councillor Bradrick, presuming that there was no questions. My bad. The vote is there before you. Oh, Councillor Maychuk.
Through the chair, I just wanted to ask Jarrett, will he be able to achieve his goal to build this home if we accept this recommendation or approve it?
So through the chair to Councillor Maychuk, that was one of the questions we asked our chief building official and the septic inspector. And they said there's more than enough fill and topsoil that's being imported to the property to finish the grading around the house. They might have to take it from different spots of the property where they dumped it. The owner has, I think it was last week, indicated like some concern about the ability to get building materials. They have a large covered patio that'll be in behind the house, so they need a large quantity of sand to put that interlock stone on. And so we've specifically excluded that. Anything building material related, of course, can continue to come into this property. But any soil, fill, topsoil, that is subject to this recommendation and resolution. And I guess I'll just mention, we put some timelines in place. We put some, basically all the issues we had together in that schedule. And the timeline of 10 days, so that if after 10 days that agreement is not signed, this decision is null and void, and the site alteration enforcement would kick in.
Seeing no more questions or comments, the vote is before you, members of committee. And that vote carries. Item GS 20-25. This is the report on the proposed street naming for crossings on the 20 North Draft Plan of Condominium File 2100-07208. The motions are, there we go. The recommendation report PD 11-2025 entitled Recommendation Report Proposed Street Naming for Crossings on the 20 North Draft Plan of Condominium File number 2100-072-08 dated April 14th be received, and that the council approves Callum Drive for the crossings on the 20 North condominium development and a bylaw be passed, and that the committee and council direct administration to review and present updates to the township street naming policy POL-PD-01-11 and approve street names at a future meeting. I need a mover and a seconder. Mayor Ganan. Councillor Bradrick. Any comments or questions on this? Sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be brief. I know last time we had this come forward, I expressed some concerns that I felt that that we were not going to the list, the street naming list that we had before us. And this is part of the reason why I mentioned my comment earlier regarding I'd like to see us be closer to that 75%. So we're not stuck in these dilemmas, because we were given a little bit of a sob story about why we should support this as is, because of family relations, and so that doesn't sit easy with me, because certainly not a reason or good governance to make decisions on, and so moving forward, I appreciate the other part of the motion here, which is to address a review of the street naming in the future and that process and how that works, and that's, well, again, one of the reasons why I'll be asking that it be changed to 75%, so it ensures that the list is looked at first and we're not in a dilemma. And I can assure you at some point another developer is going to come and give us the same excuse, and we're going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place, because now we're going to look like we're biased with one developer, not another. So, thank you.
So, Councillor Roddy, did you want to leave the motion as is, or were you looking for an amendment?
I think at this point,
or staff direction?
Well, at this point, I'm understanding here. Maybe correct me if I'm misunderstanding, but we're at some point going to be given updates on the street naming policy and what the implications that could, or sorry, not the implications, potential changes that could be. Would staff require a little extra direction at this point to ensure what my my vision is to be captured. Is that going to be captured naturally? So I'm seeing some head nods. So at this point, I'm perfectly fine with that, unless members of council, and I'll let other members of council chime in, but unless they all feel the same way at this point, then I would then ask that it be referred back to staff and maybe we pump the brakes here. But as of right now, I think from the last meeting, it didn't feel like that was the direction council wanted to take. So I'm certainly not looking to slow this down. I just want to make sure that we're doing things right, different in the future.
I think the staff direction as far as enhancing the names, acceptable street names, and coming back with an enriched policy might, we could probably see that staff do that and bring it back, and we can always look at it and refer it back if we don't like it. So it might be fine as far as going forward. And an enriched list would be an important thing, since there are going to be a lot of names coming at us. But as for tonight, I leave that with members of council. We have a mover and a seconder for this report. If Councillor Riley wishes for us to consider before we vote that we not take this vote today, because it would set a precedent, or if we leave it and just Callum is, I think the comment I remember back from our other meeting was that Callum was not offensive and it was kind of a neutral kind of name. And I believe there aren't many houses, or are there no houses on this street?
There are 10
It's a
condominium houses on
They're
this
not
street.
it's not a public street.
Yes.
So if that's the pleasure of council, you have it before you, that with your vote, you can either accept it or reject it. So
Madam Chair, I would love the other members of council to weigh in. I hate to put something forward that's just going to not necessarily be supportive. So if at this point, I would just wait to see if anybody else chimes in. And at that point, I certainly don't have a problem referring that back, waiting the time till we have that information brought forward. But again, I don't really want to just be the one running this. I want to see how other members of council feel.
I don't think we'll have the other report back until fall. So there's the issue. If we're going to let this one go, if you want it, you have to vote for it. If you don't, you have to vote it down. But I would think we would hold up 20 North draft plan, crossings on the 20, the North plan, with a condition that was unmet until fall. Mayor Ganam.
Thank you. I wasn't going to say anything about this at all, except for it is a condition that needs to be satisfied.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a private road. It's not a road that we will assume ever, because it will always be a private road connected to that condominium. So I see this as a standalone thing. We may, when there's another condominium road at some point in time, have to deal with that issue as well. But it's certainly not the same as another issue that we've dealt with tonight, where we will be assuming those roads eventually, and they will be our roads. This will always be a private road. Thank you.
So having heard that, if there's no other comments, you know what you have to do. So go ahead, put the motion before us, please, sir. Because I have another motion I have to put forward before we deal with the last item. It is 10:51, and I believe we should have a motion to go past 11. I know we won't do it, but we have another meeting to come forward, and I think we need to do it now. So can I have a motion to go past the hour of 11? I need a mover and seconder. Thank you, Councillor Maychuk, and Councillor Riley. It's either that or we're coming back tomorrow. So that motion, are you ready for that? Sorry, Mr. Clerk. The motion on Callum did carry. And in my exuberance, I haven't got a yes, I have, Councillor Maychuk and Councillor Riley.
Moved by Councillor Maychuk, that committee conduct business past the hour of 11 p.m. And then I have Councillor Riley as the seconder on that.
That is correct. And Councillor Rayner has left the room.
Which is a no vote under the procedural bylaw.
That would be true.
I will open that up in front. No, that means he's saying no.
I went away now. My thing went away. I think he said not. He said not in my lifetime was. My e-scribe just closed down, so I'm going to have to do this manually. It's at 11 o'clock and went to bed. I don't know if everybody else lost theirs, but I did lose mine. Yes. Now I need to open my computer. Damn. Oh. Please.
Through the chair, I will just read the motion to put it on the floor as she sets up her e-scribe here, and I see that is a long one, so I unfortunately picked a bad time to jump in here. This is Director of Community and Protective Services, Cynthia Summers, regarding a recommendation report CS01-2025, International Plowing Match Support Opportunities. The motion is that recommendation report CS-01-2025, titled International Plowing Match Support Opportunities, dated April 14th, 2025, be received, and that administration be authorized to provide the in-kind supports not exceeding a value of $40,000 to be funded through a transfer from the contingency reserve as required, as outlined in this report for the IPM 2025 Local Committee, and that administration continue to investigate potential benefits and partnerships to encourage attendees to support the West Lincoln community, and that council approve a $15,000 sponsorship donation to IPM 2025 Local Committee to be funded through a transfer from the contingency reserve, and that council hereby declares the 2025 International Plowing Match occurring on September 16th to September 20th, 2025 at 7402 Mud Street West, Grassy, Ontario, a special event with municipal significance in order to receive a special events permit from the Alcohol and Gaming Commission. And I'll just need a mover and seconder.
Mayor, second it. I just want to mention, for the sake of everyone here in committee, that our director was with us but was unwell and has had to leave. So it's not that she wasn't wanting to speak to it, but I do think our CIO is willing and able to if need be. No, if need be, if someone wants to ask any questions, I would think we would direct it through to the CAO. Would anyone like to ask a question? Councillor Maychuk and Councillor Trombetta. That's why I put the motion of going past 11 before this item. Yes, Councillor Maychuk.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the CAO. The total contribution in kind and sponsorship is over $50,000. Are they providing us with a list of recognition in terms of making sure West Lincoln is proudly represented at the fair, whether it being promotional material or signage at the fair, at the plowing match, etc.?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, that is going to be the intent. Yes, West Lincoln's going to be featured prominently in one of the main pavilion tents. There will be a number of tents within our main tent. West Lincoln will be featured prominently with Niagara Region, and then Grimsby and Lincoln would also have two tables set up, but it would essentially be West Lincoln's pavilion.
I have Councillor Trombetta and Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the Director DePaula. I know we have, looks like we're council approved 15 and then 40 here, so around $50,000. I know when we talked about this last time, there was some culvert work and some road work. Does that fall under this umbrella?
Through the chair to Councillor Trombetta, the way the report is written, there's in-kind services for each department, and there's a breakdown of the operations department. It's on page 3 of the report, and there's a culvert on South Grimsby Road 5, right. Potentially one culvert on private property, waiving fees for the road occupancy permit, the entrance permit, and they're asking for staff to supply barricades. And then there's a request to cover the commissioning and water testing for the temporary private water system that they're going to be installing. So the operational department's in-kind services are around $12,000 of that amount that you mentioned earlier.
The other concern I have through you, Madam Chair, to
Councilor
Mr. DePaula is, once all the tractors and the trailers and people have left, who grades the site to restore it back to its original state? Like, is it the plowing? Well, everybody's ready to go home. Who is that going to be a cost to the town? Well, we don't know.
The plowing actually isn't happening at the agricultural land. It is happening in 200 acres of land that have been earmarked to allow for the plowing match to occur.
Correct, but we're supposed to get an abundance of people.
Yep.
A lot of entrances, a lot of people going through the site. Does that cost fall back on the township to restore the site back to its original state through the Agricultural Society?
It's all done on private land.
I can answer that, I guess, through the chair to Councillor Trombetta. That wasn't part of the IPM's ask for us to go in and regrade private property, so that was not part of their ask.
Okay, now, so nothing through you, Madam Chair, nothing to Mr. CAO, nothing should fall back on the municipality to add some more cost for some.
Through you, Madam Chair?
Yes.
To Councillor Trombetta, the report talks about rounding the number up, because I think that whenever you have an event of this scale,
correct,
you need to have some buffer within the budget that we're setting up. There is another meeting that is going to be had next week with the International Planning Manager, the Niagara Region, Economic Development, Grimsby and Lincoln. And we're going to be reviewing this report with them, what we're providing in kind, making sure Lincoln and Grimsby are doing the same, and the region. There still remains a few things from the last meeting that are outstanding, and so what we're hoping to hear from that meeting is the completed list. Is there anything else? We don't believe that there's anything else of a large ticket. They have not mentioned, as Mr. DePaula said, the remediation of the site afterwards, so we'd assume that that's not in there. But the way these conversations have gone, it wouldn't surprise me if some additional things didn't come forward.
That's what I thought. Thank you, Mr. CAO.
Councillor Brady.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I would like to add at the appropriate time a friendly amendment. The friendly amendment would include that staff report back at the end of the calendar year what the actual true costs were. I talked to the CEO today, and so he felt comfortable for me asking that to be included, just as a nice form of clean direction of what the expectation is, instead of just kind of putting it out there. I think to you, Madam Chair, to the Councillor Trombetta's concern, I feel like this is a question that needs to be asked regarding the responsibility of restoration, and I think on top of that, I think we also need to see and understand, because I don't get it here, maybe I've missed it, so correct me if I've missed it, but if our in-kind, we're permitting up to $40,000, I feel like some of that cost sharing should also be given by Grimsby and Lincoln, and that they should be chipping in on some of those expenses, so maybe you can just speak to like what that looks like for them.
Through you, Madam Chair, we will ask that of the IPM at the next meeting and seek clarity on any remediation costs, if those costs do exist, and they're required from the host municipality, then that would be split.
Okay.
Presumably amongst the three, and Lincoln and Grimsby have both been working quite collaboratively with us on this.
Perfect, I appreciate that. So, Madam Chair, I don't know if this is the appropriate time, I'll leave that up to you, but at that appropriate time, I'd like to add that friendly amendment regarding staff reporting back to council at the end of the calendar year, what the true costs were of this event.
Yes, and if you'll hold that for one moment, I'll just make sure there's no other questions, and then you can put that amendment through. So I have Councillor Bradrick and Councillor Maychuk, and then Councillor Rayner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly through you to perhaps the CAO. If my memory serves me correctly, the Plowing Association, if there is a surplus of money left over, that they were going to be giving it back to the municipality. Can you elaborate on that, to what you know, and how does that work? Is it to go towards not-for-profit organizations within the municipality, or how does that work?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think that's part of the discussion that we'll have going as to how that gets distributed. It's probably also up to council to decide where that money gets reallocated back to. We're hoping that the bulk of these costs, as the report speaks to, will be able to be covered within the existing operating budget, and we don't need to reach into contingency. The report is asking us to be able to do that just in case. But a lot of this we think we can manage within the existing budget. So with any luck, it won't be that much higher above the 15,000. My comments are going out there now. It's going to come back to get me. But that's our goal, is to try to the extent possible, manage within the existing budget. We'll put that on the list of things to talk to IPM about as well next week, just to give them awareness that we're interested in having that part of the discussion.
That's my only question.
Thank you. Councillor Maychuk.
My question's the opposite one, and I'm a big pro-event guy. I think this is going to be great, but in terms of if they were to lose money, who is the guarantor in terms of covering any expenses, especially outdoor events, where I'm sure they're looking at some revenues that will come in based on attendance, and I hate to say terrible weather, but things happen, and then they fall short on their revenues. Who picks up the losses, and how is that paid for if by chance it ever does happen?
The international.
And it has happened to other major events often.
Mr. CAO.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, we'll tack that under the meeting as well for next week. I'm just making a list of things here right now. As per the conversations we've had to date, though, and the plowing match has been around and traveled around the province, I don't think that that's something that they're forecasting at the moment, but it's worth having those discussions with them. They've listed all the costs they think that we're going to be seeing and incurring. We've looked at that. We've talked to Lincoln and Grimsby. The costs that we're putting in are similar to what they've been doing. None of us have been approached to be prepared to absorb any overages or revenue shortfalls. So that our assumption right now is that is on them.
I don't want to mislead you, but I think it's best that the staff report it back, but at that meeting, I think it was the International Plowmen's Association said that they cover the losses. But we'll find that out for sure. Okay. Councillor Rayner.
Just a comment, Councillor Riley wants to put a friendly amendment in, and I understand at the end the bottom line, but what can we do about it regardless of what that number is? Is there a purpose behind it, or is it just for factual information? Say, oh, well, I guess we did all right, or oh, well, I guess this didn't go well. Is it anything that could be of a useful purpose that we could take that and go back and say, you know, this has cost us more, how about splitting it up with Lincoln and Grimsby, or something like that? Or is it just for our own peace of mind to know at the end this is the bottom line?
If he's done. Yes, Councillor Riley, if you'd like to explain why.
And to you, to Councillor Rayner, it's primarily for the sake of transparency. I think it's good governance to understand what the true cost of the nature is. We, with the taxpayers' money, are making a decision here to invest into this, and at the end of the day, I think they're entitled to know what its true cost is. We're using terms of not exceeding a value of, and we're not seeing an exact specific number saying it's going to cost exactly this. So for me, I certainly like to use exact numbers. I also want to know, another part of it I like to see is if there is a surplus, for example, I would much rather see that back into the taxpayers' reserve and not necessarily just used as a slush fund or thrown somewhere else. So again, I want to make sure that it's actually being used as intended and we actually understand what the true cost is. So that was my intent.
Thank you. Councillor Trombetta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the CAO, I'm in total support of this. Not that I have to let the public know that that's not for you, Mr. CAO, but I'm in total support of this. Now, is the cost being shared, again, just to say what, I know we're saying yes, but what Councillor Riley's saying was get the true cost at the end. Now, if the cost is, our cost is a little, let's say, $5,000 more, does that get split evenly afterwards to get put back to Grimsby? Like, do you have to lobby Grimsby and Lincoln and saying, well, here, our share was 60,000. Like, is everybody's share supposed to be equal is what I'm asking. I don't know. How does it work at those meetings?
I think, Mr. DePaul, did you note any additional costs that Grimsby or Lincoln I think these numbers that we were carrying forward are consistent with, and maybe perhaps for fire too, consistent with the other municipalities, so we've all projected similar costs.
So this cost, sorry, through you, Madam Chair, to say this cost of somebody saying, council approved a $15,000 sponsorship donation, or not exceeding the value of $40,000, is that just the cost for a West Lincoln cost, or is Grimsby cost more, or is Lincoln cost less, or is it everybody 40,000?
I think that the services that we're sharing, such as fire, those ones I believe are split evenly, but the public work costs, the culvert install, for example.
Yeah, so let me add to that, through the chair to Councillor Trombetta. I guess we could talk about it at our next meeting, but the ask to every municipality is different. From an operations perspective, like they've asked us to take care of culverts on our roads, but then they've asked the region to take care of culverts on their roads, and I'm not sure what the ask is for Grimsby or Lincoln, but it's all like a mishmash of different asks. But there are some asks, as the CAO mentioned, like fire, it's an equal share, or I think it's an equal share. And the one equal share ask in our area of operations is Grimsby, Lincoln, and West Lincoln are sharing the cost to commission the temporary water main and to do daily sampling of that water main. So that part of it is an equal share. But all the other asks is all depends,
Okay.
Whose wheelhouse it falls into.
My concern is, like, we put up the money, it's here, and then we have another neighboring municipality reaping all the rewards, all the publicity, all the social media, but we put up the money. That's what I'm trying to say through you, Madam, for this event. It's in our, we share the agricultural society, I guess, but we're fronting the majority of the bill, and other municipalities are reaping the reward. That's what kind of my concern is with, go ahead, Mr. CAO.
Please.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. At the next, I think at next week's meeting, there's going to be more clarity on some of this, but I do happen to know, for example, that Grimsby appears to be working towards having some sort of a chartered bus service that would carry people from their event back down into Grimsby. That's not something that we're proposing in these costs at the moment. It's something, if council was interested in doing, administration could go away and look at these costs. I think we've held out some hope that potentially Niagara Transit might come to the table with some with a service that the three municipalities could cost share. That doesn't appear to be emerging at the moment, but I think that you could see some municipalities, depending on how much traffic they want to pull from the event and retain in their municipality. You could see Grimsby and Lincoln having that, trying to pull people into their downtowns where the hotels might be. We are preparing to do some festivals at the community center. And Ms. Summers is going to bring a report next month to outline what that summer festival looks like. But that would be what we would be trying to do to bring people in here. And if we did have some sort of a transportation system set up, that would be a West Lincoln cost and not a Lincoln or a Grimsby cost. So there will be some things that municipalities are doing on their own, but wherever we can, we've tried to split them up.
Okay.
I think just to further that, there is a campsite virtually of 500 trailers, 500 sites that are supposedly going to come into fruition. People are like, groupies that go to this, and they will be looking perhaps for some place to go. And so the kind of work that the CAO is suggesting with festivals might be enjoyed by some of those.
I appreciate all those points. I think my concern, and maybe I'm just thinking way, I guess the way I think, is that I don't want us to get lost behind other municipalities trying to make it so that their event, like a town like Lincoln, because they have more assets in social media, or more they have more, I guess, personnel. They can put it on like it's come to here. This is my event, but we're fronting the bill. I want to be known, West Lincoln, to be known that we're just I want it shared together. And I hope the other municipalities know that this is a combined effort to bring this event here, not just one city over the other. And that's what I'm looking for. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, Councillor Riley, you want to before?
Yeah, just one last, I do want to go forward with that. I think my last comment, I just wanted to, Madam Chair, to even, not so much to Councillor Trombetta, but to echo some of Councillor Trombetta's concerns. Those were my concerns at the last meeting, if you guys recall. And I do believe that Grimsby and Lincoln do end up being getting the better end of the stick here. I think, when you look at what they have in tourism dollars that potentially are going to be pouring into the community, I think they're going to be getting that. Are we subsidizing some portion of that to have this here? Maybe. I don't know if, for up to $40,000, if that's a whole lot, but I want to make sure, and I agree, I think it's been said clearly here, that at the end of the day, when we understand what the true costs were, if it looked like West Lincoln fronted 3/4 of the bill, that we at least have a mechanism. There's been conversations on how to rectify that, because we shouldn't be subsidizing this in the capacity should it hit that point where other municipalities are just having the windfall and we're just stuck with the debt. So again, I agree with the councillor, and it's certainly a concern I expressed last time, and I hope that's again another reason for if we can understand the true nature of the cost, because then we can truly understand how much we add out there and how much other municipalities maybe did as well.
Okay, so the clerk has now added a sixth recital to the motion that was moved and seconded, and it reads that the administration return back at the end of the event with an evaluation of the total financial costs incurred by the township. That was...
So I asked for the calendar year to give them time, because if the event ends in September, 18th or something like that. So if we give them a month or two to make sure anything else that had to be paid and dealt with, as long as they can report back before the end of the calendar year or before the last council of the year, I prefer that. Just that way it gives you guys a little bit more room should something else come up, and then maybe some checks have been written but not cashed.
The clerk is currently typing. Give him a second here.
Through the chair, that administration returned back before the last meeting of the year with an evaluation of total financial costs incurred by the township.
Correct, yes, thank you.
So do you want the whole, sorry, just, would you like to have that reread, or we'll just have the questions? Councillor Rayner.
I understand what Councillor Trombetta is saying, and I understand what Councillor Riley's saying, but we got to, it's not going to sound good. West Lincoln is doing the dirty work. We're supplying the land and all the traffic and all the mess, and Lincoln and Grimsby doesn't have any of it. And so they get off pretty good. And that's no different than our Regional Road 7 landfill site is in West Lincoln, and they take their garbage there. So we're just being consistent. That's all I'm saying. We provide all the places, and they just take advantage of it. This is no different than our landfill site.
I think if you're concluded with that, I think, Councillor Rayner, you can go on about we generate electricity and it's on windmills. But I think, I'm not sure, and I'd ask the CAO to check this out, I think actually some of the land that is going to be used for plowing is actually in Lincoln. So it's not that we are not doing everything. We are working, and I would say that the CAO is being gracious in the fact that he has enriched the discussion by saying that the other municipalities are working with this. My understanding from everyone is that it's working very congenially, and let's let them come back after the next meeting, because this is a big event that everyone wants to have a success with. I would like you to open the vote now. Everybody's heard that friendly amendment, which gives you people, the staff, until the last council of the year. Oh, what's that? That motion carries. Thank you very much. That was a very good discussion. We'll look forward to hearing information back from the CAO and his staff at our next meeting. Item other business. There is none. New business. Unless you people would like to bring something forward, there is none. So, oh my gosh.
I'm very sorry, but I do have something that I promised to bring forward from the CEO of the library. So I'm not going to speak about it. I'm just going to give each of you your own invitation to come to a business after 5 that the library is hosting on behalf of the chamber. We are members of the chamber, and so as members, the library has stepped up to provide this after 5, and so just make sure that you take your invitation. And that's all, especially at this hour.
That's great, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for doing that. That's I knew about that, but I didn't know we had the invitations. I believe that we are now at a place where I can call this meeting adjourned.
Welcome for those of you who are still at home and for the few that are in the gallery here. Thank you for sticking it out. This is the second meeting of the night. This is also meeting number 2 of our Operations Committee. I'm Councillor William Riley. I'll be the chair of this meeting. I must mention that comments can be made from members of the public for a matter that is on the agenda by advising the chair during the request to address an item on the agenda section of the agenda. The public may submit written comments for matters that are on the agenda to jpaylove@westlincoln.ca before 4:30 on the day of the meeting for consideration by the committee. Comments received after 4:30 on the day of the committee meeting will be considered at the following council meeting, and comments already submitted are included in the record. This meeting, for those of you who are here, should know that it will be live streamed as well as recorded and available on the Township website. And if you're watching at home, thank you for sticking around so late and staying up with us, and you obviously realize you're able to watch us. So I'll go with our land acknowledgement statement. The Township of West Lincoln, being a part of Niagara Region, is situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Haudenosaunee, the Haudenosaunee, and Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis and Inuit from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The Township of West Lincoln, as part of the regional municipality of Niagara, stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. At this point, I'll ask if there's any changes in order of items on the agenda. Not seeing or hearing any. I'm going to ask if there's any disclosure of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest. Not seeing or hearing any. There are no appointments this evening. I'm going to look around the gallery here, see if there's any requests to address items on the agenda. I see a head nod, so I do have to read, Procedural Bylaws, Section 1013, general rules. 1 hour in total shall be allocated for this section of the agenda. Each individual shall only be given 5 minutes to address their issue. Some exceptions may apply, and a response may be provided or may not be provided for a matter, but will be referred to staff. And so at this point, I'll welcome a member from the gallery who's expressed interest to address an item on the agenda.
Good evening. Rob Cosby, 5969 Concession 7 Road, Smithville. I made a decision a couple hours ago I was going to go all in on this, so I stuck it out. So.
We appreciate your patience. Thank you.
I'm going to make a couple of comments on 2 of the items on the agenda, seeing as how I stuck it out this long. And they're just thoughts. One of them is just a thought that's crossed my mind. I noticed in the regarding the item for your asphalt rebuilding of Silverdale Road. And you're very fortunate to come in $225,000 under budget, which is great. As was stated in the report, in past years, there's been times when you've got a real good deal on road rebuilding that you've said, well, can we take that money and get some extra work done for that same amount of budget money, which has been done in the past. This year, the decision from staff is, a recommendation from staff is just to take that extra $225,000 and put it back into the reserves or wherever it was coming from. That being said, I also read in the other report where you talk about spot repairs for this year, about severe damage to roads this spring from frost coming out, and there'd be a lot of repairs to do. Good example of that is I live out just off of on Concession 7 Road and just went over from Yonge Street. The section of Yonge Street from Industrial Park Road to the Lincoln boundary, it's been cracking for several years and takes a lot of heavy truck equipment up and down that road. And back here a few weeks ago, a lot of it started to blow out. And probably a lot of damage like that around the township. So my only thought was, if that's gonna, especially on a section of road like that, where as you start to develop the town, all the gravel that's gonna come into the town for water mains, buildings, you got 2 concrete plants now in the industrial park that are gonna be taking supplies probably from those quarries as well. I think when I checked on the 10-year plan, part of that section isn't on the books until 2034. It's a long ways out. So I just wondered if maybe it's worth another thought, just to say, hey, we got a good deal on this. There's some other roads in the township, whether it's Yonge Street or something else that's even worse shape. Maybe it's a good time to, as opposed to putting that money back in the capital budget, to spend it on something else. That was the only thought, and I'll just leave it at that. You can hash that around, whatever. The main reason I wanted to attend tonight was the recommendation you have through about Canada fleabane and naming it a noxious weed. I've had the opportunity to speak with different farmers and crop consultants in the area over the last few months about it. General consensus from most of them is that while Canada fleabane has become resistant to some of the herbicides we use in farming, there are a lot out there that still work, and that Canada fleabane is manageable and can be easily, relatively easily managed and looked after in most of our agricultural operations. My own farm, I rent all my open land out to another farmer. My fields are clean. I don't know what chemicals he's using, but he's keeping them clean. I got 5 acres of vineyard. I have my own chemicals that I use, herbicides, and I can manage it equally as well. That being said, even along my own property, I mow my own roadsides, so my property boundaries are clean, but you still get fleabane in the fence rows. So there's probably no way of totally eradicating it. It's always going to be a problem there. If you let your guard down on herbicides, it's going to come back and bite you. There's no question about that. I get the impression that the reason this has come up for discussion is probably relating more to maybe some abandoned farm properties where you've got considerable acreage maybe that's become infested with fleabane, and it's spreading into other farms. And that's unfortunate, and I would hope that there would be a better way of remedying that situation with those property owners, as opposed to naming it a noxious weed, because the fear from some people I've talked to in the agriculture community is, at what point is it become something that the township gets involved in? I mean, I can keep my farm clean, but if there's a complaint that it's in my fence row, really how am I going to do with it? And I have one area on my farm that's been looked after several years ago for the Conservation Authority. It's been turned back to natural vegetation. Well, there's probably something in that 2-acre block. There's probably some fleabane there. Now, if nobody complains, I suppose it's not an issue. But if somebody complains, how do we eradicate it out of an area that's supposed to be, natural heritage type thing? And I even thought about that tonight when you had the discussion about the new subdivision plan out by the roundabout, where you're going to have this natural heritage area coming down in the karst. I would imagine that that's an area where you want to let that become natural vegetation. What's the township do with that if all of a sudden it becomes infested with fleabane? Like, I'm just afraid of how this is going to get addressed going forward, and is there a better way to address the issue from where it started? That's my only fear. I know the township has said, is looking at, better ways of controlling it on the roadsides. It's mentioned about having one cut on the backside of the ditch as opposed to just down to the center of the ditch as done now. I think most of us in rural West Lincoln would welcome weed cutting on the roadsides back past the ditch and right back to the fence row type thing. I don't know how realistic that's going to get done. So I'm just concerned that going down that road, if the township decides to go down that road to get approved for noxious weed, then so be it. I just hope it doesn't open up another can of worms that we have to deal with for reputable farmers that are doing the best job they can and get caught up in it. That's my concern. And I say I've brought it up with different certified crop advisors, and they basically, without much discussion, they've said, we have other weeds that are worse problems than that. To them, it's not an issue. So I just wanted to leave it at that, and council can do at their will on it, I guess. So.
Excellent. Thank
Okay.
you so much. Appreciate
Okay.
you. And always sound advice. And thank you, Rob, again for you're one of our regulars. You're always yes, and
Pardon?
sticking around till 11:30 at night. So.
Well, I thought about it.
So did I.
But I thought I had pursued this issue on the flea bane a couple months ago with Justin, and I thought the last thing I was going to do was cop out at, halfway through the night and throw my hands up. So anyway, I said my piece, and I'm happy to have said that and to say what happens. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, with that being said, I'm going to go to IT to see if there's anyone virtually still hanging in there. I think Rob was the lone survivor there, so that is great. So we will move forward, and thank you again, Rob, for your perspectives there and great points. So now we have consent agenda items, which there are none. There's the communication section, which there is none, and now that brings us to staff reports, and I have item OC 0825, and it's a recommendation report 010 2025-2025-2026 hot mix spot repair program tender authorization. And the recommendation is that report 010 2025 titled 2025-2026 hot mix spot repair program tender authorization dated April 14th, 2025 be received. And that the tender submission be awarded to construction for the paving of the road repairs in the amount of $393,000, excluding HST for a 2-year term, and that council approve total program expenditures in the amount of $420,000 or $210,000 per year. And finally, that a bylaw be passed to authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into an agreement with construction. So I have Councillor Chichuk as the mover and Councillor Trombetta as a seconder, and I'm going to go to our director first to just speak a little bit to this. And then I'll come to you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to give an update. Our annual spot repair contract, we typically do it every year, and we have about around $215,000 budgeted every year to do our asphalt spot repairs. In the past, we've normally tendered the work for 1 year, and we normally put out the tender kind of mid-season so that we could award it and get the work done in September timeframe. Because of the extreme winter and the freeze-thaw cycles that we experienced this past winter, we kind of re-looked at our process, and we got the tender out sooner than we normally do because, as even the presenter mentioned earlier today, there are some roads that really did take a beating, so we really want to get out there sooner than later to do some asphalt repairs. The other thing we did with this contract, so we expedited a tender. We wanted to award it now so we get those spot repairs done sooner. And the other thing we did with this tender is make it a 2-year contract so that we could receive provisional pricing from our contractor to do some winter hot mix paving, because normally there's only one asphalt plant open in the winter time. This season it was a plant in Hamilton, which is fairly close to us, so we would like to take that advantage and get provisional pricing to go out and get some hot mix asphalt next winter if we really do need it, rather than sending our crews out there to do temporary repairs with cold mix asphalt. So that's just wanted to touch upon that, just a slight process change from what we've done in the past. We feel it will provide a better service delivery and a level of service to our residents.
Thank you, Director. I'll go to Councillor Trombetta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through the Director, Strut is a new company. I've never heard of them. Are they local? Or are they from?
I have our operation manager on the line. Hopefully he knows the location. I don't know off the top of my head, but we did check references, and they have done similar type of work with other municipalities in Ontario. A recent example is the town of Lincoln. They did some asphalt patching for the town of Lincoln. Mr. Benish, can you add to that? Do you know where they're from?
Yeah, good evening, members of council. Hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, through you, Chair, to Councilor Trombetta. They're from King City, just north of Toronto is where they're located.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Benish. Appreciate that. Okay, sometimes I know in the construction world, the lower price is not always I understand it's the best price, but sometimes it's a little different to go with. Now, you said, through Mr. Chair, to either Mr. Benish, they did a job in Lincoln, and I guess references were checked on that?
Yeah, through the Chair to Councilor Trombetta. Yeah, we checked. They supplied 3 previous projects that they've completed for different municipalities in Southern Ontario, and they were all larger projects than what ours scope is. And I contacted all 3 municipalities, and they all gave good references for construct, and they were similar spot repair type repairs.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Any other members?
Sorry, I
of the
thought
committee?
you had.
Councillor Rayner?
Yeah, just one to the director through you, Mr. Chair.
Microphone, Mike.
People are asleep
Thanks,
at home,
Counselor.
they're not watching right now, but anyways. Yeah, it's 393,000 for 2-year, and then you wanted 420. Why is there 27,000 more? Why isn't it that amount just divided by 2? To the 393, why did you bump it to 420 when it was 393?
Through the Chair to Councillor Rayner, that bid price that you just said, 393, does not include applicable taxes. So when you add the net HST that we would be paying on this contract, then it would add up, and some other small miscellaneous costs, it would add up to 420,000 for total project for the 2-year period. So that bid price does not include HST, and when we have to pay the net HST, that's the total contract price for the 2 years.
Thank you. That's very unusual. We normally, like 393 excluding HST, then we would say council approve a total program expenditure of 393 excluding HST. I don't remember ever seeing us giving the number excluding HST, and then the following line, we add the HST. We always just left it excluding HST. Why did we do the math on this when we normally don't?
If I could, I think it may be a little bit more for a transparent approach of understanding what the costs were
You're
before
into that word
taxes.
tonight, eh?
I know. Well, that's my word all the time. And then
see
now
right
we're actually
through
seeing what the true cost would be. But I'll let the director speak further to that. But I think it's important, because I think the question that would naturally come is, does the 420 include HST?
Yeah.
That would be a question that'd be a follow-up on, right? So you guys would normally have asked that. But I'll let the director speak to that. And just
Yeah, to add to the Chair's answer, we've always presented it that way. The recommendation is to award the bid, and then we always make it clear and transparent to council what the total project cost would be. And in this case, the only other additional project cost is the net HST. There's some projects where we would carry some engineering costs to have a contract administrator and inspector. We add a contingency on some projects. So we always try to make it transparent we're awarding a low bid at this price, and we expect the total project cost to be this price.
Go ahead, you have the floor.
I assumed when I looked at that number that there was a contingency added, because I've always seen the number presented, it's always excluding HST.
Okay.
So it's just a different approach to sight from a different angle, and I wasn't,
It's all right.
I wasn't aware that we were changing our format. Thank you.
No worries. Any other members of committee here? Not seeing or hearing any, I will go to our deputy clerk, our clerk, and to call the question. It didn't come up.
Yeah, I'm fine, but I did nothing.
No. And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. So now we're going to move forward to the next item, OC, 0925, and it's a recommendation report 008-2025, Canada Flea Bane Update and Draft Bylaw. Recommendation is that report 08-2025 titled Canada Flea Bane Update and Draft Bylaw dated April 14, 2025 be received, and that a draft bylaw such as the one attached to this report be approved by council and sent to the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Agribusiness, OMA-FA, for approval to designate the Canada Flea Bane as a local noxious weed in West Lincoln. So I need a mover and seconder. Everybody all at once?
I'll put it
on the floor? Yes, okay. So we have Councillor Chichek to put on the floor, Councillor Trombetta to second it to the floor, and I'll go to Councillor Chichek first, then the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, whoever you are. I too have heard from a number of organizations. I sit on the Ontario Fruit and Vegetable Growers Association. I also sit on the Ontario Fresh Vegetable Growers Association. And I've spoken with them at their annual general meetings and various other places. And much like a member of the public who came forward, I really have mixed feelings about this idea. Anybody who does field crops, and I'm not talking, but anybody who does field crops, in other words, grains or corn, through the regular cultivation of the lands while the crop is in the ground, deal with noxious weeds such as flea bane, by the fact that they're going through and dealing with the turning of the soil during the growing season. If we're going to we're going to try and eradicate flea bane out of ditches, it is going to be very expensive, and it's going to require and those are our ditches. So we're going to have to go through, and we're going to have to do more than cut them, because they will return. And to Rob's point, if you've got a naturalized area, you have to go in with a hoe and you have to take it out, because there's no other way in a naturalized area to deal with it. And if you want to promote the use of more pesticides, etc., you're going to be frowned upon. So while flea bane is an issue to some, many people, as Rob pointed out, have flea bane under control. I'm not sure where and why I understand the need to control flea bane, but I really am not sure that it should be a responsibility of the township to make it a noxious weed and then incur the wrath of either the people who are environmentally sensitive or the people who don't have the equipment to deal with their property, and or the people who are keeping good track of what's going on in their lands. And I just mentioned, because I sit on a committee that deals with sprays and toxicities, etc. And there are a lot of chemicals that are now being eliminated from the fleet of chemicals that can be used on farms. So we may be finding that we're putting ourselves into a position where we are going to be having to deal with this mechanically. And if that's the case, as has already been mentioned, we will have to enhance our ditch cleaning. So it's not because of the cost. It's kind of like carbon tax and all of the other environmental features. Is this something being dealt with appropriately by putting it into a bylaw that may or may not be able to be enforced?
Okay, thank you for the comments. I'll go to Mayor Ganan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I really do appreciate that staff have looked into this. It was brought up to this council. Yeah. Staff have looked into it. We have the survey online, and the farmer who reached out to me actually is Kathy Allen Vitucci. And as soon as the survey opened and that discussion was happening, I received this from her. So good day. No need to respond today. Enjoy your weekend. But I did want to let you know that I completed the survey regarding flea bane. Years ago, when glyphosate-resistant flea bane first became an issue in our area, Niagara Soil and Crop did a resolution forward to OSCIA, the Ontario Soil and Crop Association. The recommendation was to not go down that path. On our farm, we've managed GR fleabane with good management practices that include crop rotation and using crop management products that ensure we are using the correct products at the right time and rate. Management is the biggest key to the problem. I'm not sure how this topic has come up again and can't help but wonder if it's an effort to force better management to fields that are perhaps lying fallow. So active farmers, obviously, as we heard twice now, and also from Councillor Chichok, feel that they have control of this and are not really looking at it becoming an issue in terms of a noxious weed. So, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that. I'm going to go Councillor Trombetta.
So this was brought forward, thank you, Mr. Chair, brought forward a while back I brought it forward. We have major farmers that are looking to have this in our community that farm a lot of major properties in our community from other farmers, and they're looking for this. So I don't know, Council, we're kind of torn here because you're getting some, I'm not going to say they're not farmers, but not as big as farmers as other farmers are really, really pushing for this. So I guess it's going to have to come down to the vote, but I know that I know major farmers have reached out to me that are looking for this, that farm other major farming farming areas or farming fields in our area, in all wards. So, again, I don't know why this is the third time it's came now to council, and now at the last hour, it's looking, that there's these questions, but again, I know how I'm voting, so we're gonna have to just go through there.
So hold on, Councillor.
That's
done?
it? That's
So I'm
it.
going to go to our clerk first, then I'll come to you, Councillor Chichek. Go ahead.
So through the chair to council to provide maybe some helpful clarity around the background and the rationale. A lot of the focus wasn't on, and where we administration agree, it's not on the individual farmer who is conducting good practice, moving crops, properly dealing with it. A large portion of the problem came from, like the mayor has suggested, fouling fields surrounding these farms, creeping in, where they have no mechanism to force that person to deal with their issues. Whereas we saw a lot of farmers suggesting they're dealing with it, they're not having an overwhelming issue. However, seeing the overwhelming creep of fleabane from fields that are not being tended to, that are not being kept, that are privately owned, where they either are not contacting or not able to contact the owner, they are left asking, well, who's responsible for when this eventually comes into my land causing problems? Since the township does not own it, we can't do anything about it, and since it's not on the noxious weed list, we can't do any type of enforcement. This simply provides the township the ability to enforce a bylaw in which if someone is in drastic violation, where someone actually does need to put in a complaint because a field is so bad with fleabane, that we can actually do something to that private owner. However, right now, as it stands, there's only the ability in public roadways, which maybe the director of operations could touch more on, which with the plan with cutting back further. But I know from the enforcement side and the bylaw side, the intention was not to punish those who are conducting good farming practices, but to punish or to at least pursue a reasonable measure against people who are not conducting good farming practices and are allowing their properties to be overrun.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to go back to Councillor Chichek, I think. She had her hand up, and then I'll come to Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. I guess that's the whole issue, is that there's very little land in West Lincoln that's available for rent. If people are looking for additional lands, the uncontrolled or the fallow lands are not that oftenly sitting there because the price of land and the availability of it is just not there. So if you asked any of the associations in West Lincoln in particular, I think that what we've heard from some people who are for it and some are against it. But the issue is that you're going to be going on private land to try and find it. And if it's in a farmer's field, you're going to be having to look in the field. How is it that they're going to know that it's there, how that you're going to know, and how is it that the neighbor knows where it's coming from? It's an issue of how are you going to get access to the properties. The Conservation Authority can't get access to properties right now to look at provincially significant wetlands and various other things that are bothering them. So I just want to know what we're doing in trying to deal with an issue wherefore if it's a 90% okay issue, and we didn't have a bunch of people saying, yes, go do this in the survey, but we have a few people who, whether they be large farmers, there's lots of large farmers around, but I'm not sure that we have a list of how much property we actually got results from. I'm just saying it's going to be hard to control, and knowing that farmers are out there looking for land to put crops on because they're trying to get bigger, they can't buy it, they'll rent it, and there isn't much out there. I'm wondering how big the issue is, and we don't have statistics on that. But when I hear it from others, from outside of West Lincoln, they're saying it's an issue that's beyond the control of the municipality. That's why, and a cost-wise, it's prohibitive. So it's either, we're going to get it in the chin or we're going to get it in the knee.
All right, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Broderick?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I'm not sure to who. Does perhaps the clerk or somebody else knows if we send this application off or whatever it is to the Ministry of Agriculture, and we are granted this is a noxious weed in West Lincoln, is there ever the opportunity that that can be reversed?
So I will refer to the clerk and give him a moment to process.
Through the chair, to Councillor Broderick, that is a good question that I don't think we've really fully explored. I still believe that it is in the hands of council, what they deem a noxious weed in their borders. We are simply asking permission to deem it from OMAFA, not OMAFA anymore. However, we have received records from them, who are the chief weed inspectors. They are the ministry that deal with that, and they are the experts, and they had no problem with us adding it. It was simply just going through the motions of bringing it to council to see if they agree, so I see no reason why, if it comes to pass, that if council no longer agrees and it is no longer considered a nuisance, that they would have a problem with that.
My thought process was that if it was, too costly or not applicable, or there was more problems that kind of percolated its way up through this being named as a noxious weed, that then we could reevaluate it at a different time. That's my only comment and question.
Great question. Did you have another one? No, everyone else is good? Okay, ready to roll? Yeah, I guess the only feedback I have on this matter would be similar to what Councilor Broderick mentioned about having an opportunity to review this. So I guess my question to staff, and maybe I will also go to you, Mr. Clerk, is is there a possibility for us to kind of find a way to do a test pilot in this? I don't know how that works when you kind of come with a bylaw. I guess what I'm hearing from both sides here is, there's a side that really wants it, there's a side who's hesitant about, whether or not it's going to be effective, how we can even govern it, how we can even penalize it, how we hold the people accountable. We don't really want to put something forward put something forward if we can't achieve what it's intended to achieve, or it creates further headaches, and want to make sure the approach we take is the right approach. So I think a pilot project of some capacity, or some kind of different effort, like can we explore another option and not have to rush into a decision tonight? So
with that kind of questioning, I feel we're not ready to do it, and I'd like to withdraw from moving this, and
I know, I'll explain that later. So if I go with
through the chair, an avenue potentially to explore a pilot project is to recommend to administration to return back after 6 months to a year to see whether the large amount of inquiries had come through a report of concern, as it would be a bylaw issue. It would have to be documented officially through the report of concern avenue. So a report back on general trends on reporting to see if we saw a 300% increase on noxious weed complaints, and that took up X amount of staff time. So maybe pursuing, maybe not in the words of a pilot project, but a report back to council in regards to whether this was a real concern, whether, staff have been overwhelmed with, requests, or if it was a non-confrontational type of situation. That's just a suggestion on a possibility.
Okay. So I'll leave that out there. And then, Councillor, to your request, unfortunately, once, procedurally, I had a similar question to the clerk at a different meeting regarding if I'm able to remove myself once an item's been moved. But once an item's been moved and put on the table, you can't withdraw. So it's not, it's all right. I just want to make sure you understand procedurally. Lastly, I guess, Councillor
to finish it off, I like the point that the clerk made, that this now gives the township to actually go, once they get the complaint from the farmer, to kind of they could actually follow up with the farm instead of not having anything to do. The farmer is going to indicate if there is or not. The township is not going to
Yes, it's a complaint based.
send a bylaw guy to see it. The farmer's going to tell them, and then they're going to make the recommendation from there. So now it gives the opportunity, like the clerk said, to actually enforce it from the bad people. That's what it is. So, again, I'll say that a lot of the farmers that farm this community have came to us about this. So, if you want, you can call the vote, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, at this point, I will. I'll go to the clerk and call the question. Yep, you got it? Did you get his? You just wait on mine, right? Sorry. And oh, our screen's there. Okay, it is carried 5-2. So thank you for that. Technology tonight's having fun with us. So now we move to item. I know. Hey, I'm trying. Okay, item C1025. Manager, Capital Design, Delivery, Ray, and Director, Infrastructure, Mike DePaula, recommendation report 06/2025 Silverdale Road Rehabilitation Project Tender Award, OPR 2025-01, Budget Amendment, BA 2025-03. Recommendation report 006/2025 titled, that is getting late, Silverdale Road Rehabilitation Project Tender Award, OPR 2025-01, Budget Amendment, BA 2025-03, dated April 14th, 2025, be received. And I have a floating T on my screen, but I think that's supposed to just be a carryover. Is that just a mistake? Okay. And that the tender submission be awarded to GIP Paving, Inc. for the Silverdale Road rehabilitation in the amount of $869,400, excluding HST. Councilor Rayner, hang tight here. That the total project expenditure of $975,000 be approved for this project, just because you brought up the question before about HST, so I just wanted to prepare you going into that. That the budget amendment BA 2025-03 reflecting a project budget reduction of $225,000 with reduced funding from capital reserve be approved, and that a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into an agreement with GIP Paving Inc. be passed. So if I can get a mover and seconder, Councilor Maychuk, Councilor Braderick. Questions? I'll go to Councilor Rayner.
Thank you. First, Mr. Chair, on number 1, it says NT.
That's
that is supposed to be that. That's the start of number 2.
It is. That's correct.
That's what it was.
I know.
I agree with you. At first, it kind of grabs you.
I that's why I turned to the clerk. I said, I think I have a floating T here, but yeah, it just for those at home who can't see it, we just in our recommendation report we just have a little typo. Yeah. Oh yeah. Your microphone's not even on. No one knows what you're talking about.
Oh.
So.
Okay. The only concern I have here is we have done many times projects in the past when we have extra money left over. A fine example was a few years ago when we had money for roads into Ward 1, which has been a while. Concession 5, we got a really good price for part of it, and then we went ahead and did more because we got a good deal. The roads this year are terrible. I know my section, Caister, between concession 3, concession 2, is absolutely falling apart. It's going to be one of the ones that have to be totally ripped because there's no way you can repair it. But anyways, it would be a great opportunity, since we have money left over, to again get some other things done, because the longer we leave it, the more expensive it gets, the harder it's going to get to do it. And we've always taken advantage of getting a good deal. A good deal means that if the money left over, we can probably get a really good deal if they do something else, because they're on site and they can just move over. That's why we got such a good deal on concession 5. They just kept going. So I would like to see this brought back and utilized in the township, because right now the majority of the roads, 99% of them are being done in Ward 2 right now. So if we could even take this and do something in the other wards, even Ward, you got Ward 3 or Ward 1. I got a ton in Ward 1, but it wouldn't.
We got a ton in Ward 3.
But the point is, at least somebody else is getting a little bit more done, and as it's noted, for some unknown reason, this hasn't been that bad of a winter, but these roads everywhere are falling apart. Absolutely. I've never seen it this bad. And now, I mean, Mr. Cosby brings up Yonge Street. Well, I lived on Yonge Street. And that was a gorgeous piece of road, and now he tells me it's absolutely falling apart. It's hard to believe, but everywhere they're falling apart. So this is not the time to put this money away, because we'll end up blowing it on something else. This is a time to work on something that's a very serious problem right now, and that's the roads throughout the township of West Lincoln.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Any other members of committee here have anything to, Councillor Broderick?
As much as I want to see roads in good repair, I'm happy to see the money is going back into capital reserves, as it has taken a hit and shows a deficit in future years.
Thank you. Any other members? Not seeing or hearing any. I understand, Councillor Rayner, where you're coming from, and I think in normal years we would be able to do that. If you also look further down the agenda here, I don't know what's beeping here. Oh, it's midnight. It's already tomorrow. So my clock here is beeping at us. I'll try to wrap this up real quick, apparently. I hope it's okay, let's stay on track here.
You know what that means?
No, just stay on track. Okay, I think when you look at you're making it worse, okay? Okay, when you look at what's to come in the agenda here as well, there's a couple like little asks and changes that need to be applied. I think when you also look at what we had to deal with tonight with the IBM, again, there's things that were unforeseen. I think, we're just at that point where I think we need to put this money back. So I agree with the councillor, and in any other circumstance, I would have supported that idea, but tonight I just can't, because there's been so many other asks. I think at some point we have to help replenish that the best we can, and this might be the easiest solution. So at this point, I've already gone around the table. I'm just gonna call the question, councillor. I'm gonna go to the deputy clerk to call the question. Sorry, I keep calling you deputy clerk. It's of course a habit. The clerk. I don't know what everyone's got different titles now. So, and that carries 6-1. And that will bring us to our last item. Well, yes, in theory, unless you have a new item of business to bring up. Item OC11, 2025, and its recommendation report 011, 2025, two tandem axle dump trucks with plowing equipment, purchase authorization, amendment to the budget. That recommendation report 011, 2025, titled two tandem axle dump trucks with plowing equipment, purchase authorization, amendment to the budget, dated April 14, 2025, be received. My throat's drying out. That council accept the quote provided by Everest Equipment Co. for the supply and delivery of two tandem axle dump trucks with the plowing equipment in the amount of $847,600 excluding HST, and that council approve a budget amendment BA 2025-04 in the amount of $65,000 funded through a transfer from the equipment reserve in order to cover the total expenditure of both trucks totaling $865,000, and that administration be authorized to proceed with the purchase through the Everest Equipment Co. If I can get a mover and secondary, Councilor Maychuk, I'll go with Mayor Ganam. At this point, any questions or comments? I have a comment to make, but I'll go to Councilor Rayner.
Okay, back to the math. $847,600 excluding HST. Now we're talking both trucks are totaling $865,000. That is not $847,600 times 13%. So how in the heck have we got $865 now when that should have been almost $1 million if you add 13%?
So I'll let the director answer.
Through the chair to Councilor Rayner, if you go to the financial implications section, the breakdown is there. We pay a non-recoverable HST. We don't pay 13%. We pay 1.76%.
Can I get on that program?
So the two trucks add up to $847,600. The non-recoverable HST on that amount, which is 1.76%, is just under 15,000, sorry. And then we have some miscellaneous costs to get the decals on the trucks and some GPS units. So the total cost adds up to the $865,000 for both trucks.
Perfect. You good, Councilor? You still got the floor.
All right. When you say normally excluding HST, everybody thinks of 13%. So when you put it on the recommendation, and you're not going to use 13%, then maybe you should put the number down so that you don't fool a guy like I just got fooled, because normally HST, no one else thinks any other number but 13%.
Okay.
So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, valid point, and I think moving forward, we can review how that gets presented.
Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor, instead of us calling it non-recoverable HST, we'll make sure we'll add the 1.76% beside the HST.
That's fine.
Perfect, appreciate that. And I'm actually going to go back to the director for a second. For those who might not have this in front of them, if you can just speak to the success story behind this. I think this is actually a really incredible thing that our staff have been able to do. It shows their resilience in dealing with the ongoing trade war and everything else that we have going on south of the border. I think maybe be bold in saying I think our staff's kicking ass once again combating that tariff stuff because again we have a situation where this contractor is locally in our country and we're keeping almost $900,000 in Canada, and I think that should be applauded. And just the other week we had one with the fire truck. Today now we've been able to not only keep the money Canadian and get the best bang for our buck, but we also have something where we're going to get these trucks sooner rather than later, which is not a normal outcome. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 years, if not more. So, Director, if you could just speak to that.
Yeah, sure. I think kudos goes out to this council for supporting the recent fire pumper truck. Our staff listened to what council directed our fire chief to do. So thanks to this council, so we listened, we went back to our staff and we said, let's follow suit, let's see what we can get, let's see what's out there. So our staff basically reviewed all possible options. We basically called every dealer around that sells these trucks to see if there's something in somebody's lot. We were unsuccessful trying to find one already built. Then we looked at if we were just to procure, what would happen. If we joined another municipality and procured, what would happen, and we were pretty confident that we would get it with tariffs and the price would be a lot more. And as the chair mentioned, typically it would take 18 to 24 months to receive these 2 trucks. So we looked at other procurement options, and there's a joint procurement group called Laws, Sourcewell, or Canoe is the Canadian version. We've used that joint procurement for other initiatives like street lighting and some other equipment that we purchased. So we looked at that, and the highest ranked vendor was Everest. When we did reach out to them, they're from Quebec. When we reached out to them, luckily they had 3 chassis already delivered in their shop. So we got a price from them, and they're able to build the rest of the equipment, 100% all in Canada, and we would receive the trucks in September of this year. So yeah, kudos to staff for thinking outside the box in awarding the recent fire pumper truck, and kudos to our staff for thinking outside the box and following suit and being able to secure these 2 trucks. Because the other thing I wanted to note was the company in Quebec there, Everest, they only had 3 chassis, so we were able to secure 2 of the 3. So yeah, hats off to everyone.
Thank you. And I'll go back to Councillor Rayner, assuming there's no other.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was my suggestion with the fire truck. We've saved probably $400,000 to $500,000. I'm just wondering if we could take that money and put some roads in Ward 1 as thank you, Mike, for getting that done.
All right. Not seeing any other questions. I'm not even entertaining that. I'm going to call the question. Yes. Rayner, Councillor? Sorry, they're waiting for your vote. Thumbs up,
It doesn't come up.
I know, so just to let them know. All right. So that, I believe, is unanimously supported and carried, and thank you again to staff for that. That's going to bring us now to other business. I'll look real quick.
3 items.
Okay, look real quick around the horseshoe. I'll start with Councilor Rayner. Anything to comment?
On informative nature?
He wants you on the microphone if you have something.
Oh, just informative nature. Yes, it's April the 15th. At 2:20 in the morning on April 15th, 1912, the Titanic sank 113 years ago. There's your informative nature.
Thank you for the history.
April the 15th.
Mayor Ganan, nothing. Councilor Chicho?
I just want to know if he was alive then.
I remember that date.
All right. Councilor Trombetta? Councilor Broderick? Councilor Maychuk?
On Saturday, I went to the Y for the Stronger Kids Together, and they raised approximately $40,000 to help underprivileged kids participate in YMCA programs. So I told them I would mention it, and my legs still hurt from the spin cycle.
Perfect. And then lastly, I'll just mention that Councilor Maychuk and I are having our first in-person, like a town hall, community-style forum on Wednesday, April 16th, from 5:30 to 7:30 to the community. We've done our best on social media to get the word out there. All is invited. It's a very open forum. Just come and chat with us. Love to hear from you. So hopefully those who maybe are still with us or watch this tomorrow, I guess it already is tomorrow, are able to know that they're invited. That's at the West Lincoln Community Center in the library, and hope to see you all there. Not seeing any other. You guys have nothing else to add to this? I'm going to move to new item of business. Is there a new item of business? Not seeing or hearing any. We've got no confidential items, so I'm happy to report that this meeting is going to be adjourned on Tuesday, April, I don't even know the date anymore, 15th at 12:10 a.m.